Welcome to A Revolution in Self-Improvement, a series that is about to challenge the foundations of what you know about change, growth, and the power you hold within yourself. Today, we're not just talking about motivation or productivity hacks. We're opening the door to a radical transformation, one fueled by the astonishing principles of quantum science, merged seamlessly with the mind-body connection. Pause for a moment and consider this. For years, most self-help systems have operated within a predictable framework. Linear progress, incremental upgrades, slow and steady improvement. The formula has barely changed. But the universe itself doesn't work that way. At its most fundamental level, reality is defined by quantum mechanics, a world where the rules are wild, nonlinear, and packed with hidden potential. You are more than just a collection of habits and routines. You are a dynamic quantum system, a blend of energy and consciousness that is influencing and being influenced in ways you might never have realized. This series will illuminate how the latest research in quantum physics and neuroscience reveals untapped avenues for personal growth. Avenues that can be activated by changing not just what you do, but how you observe, choose, and connect with yourself and the world around you. Over the next 4 hours, you'll discover how your very attention sculpts reality. You'll learn the science behind why small shifts in mindset create outsized changes in your life. You'll see why your beliefs aren't just feelings in your head. They are energetic blueprints, setting the stage for what unfolds next. And you'll explore new methods, grounded in quantum principles, that don't just promise improvement, but rapid, exponential change. This isn't theory for the sake of theory. Everything you're about to hear is practical, actionable, and designed for real results. From rewiring your neural pathways to shifting your emotional frequency, from harnessing your body's biofield to unlocking new layers of intuition, each episode is a building block in constructing your quantum self. You'll learn why classic approaches to motivation so often fail, and why a quantum perspective can make success inevitable. You'll discover techniques to end procrastination instantly, adopt powerful micro-habits that ripple outwards, and even learn how to bend time to accelerate your learning and transformation. But that's only the beginning. As we move through this series, you'll see how every aspect of your life, your relationships, your environment, your very biology, can be rewired for radical growth. You'll witness how setbacks can become quantum leaps. You'll find out how letting go, rather than clinging on, often triggers the most profound breakthroughs. Stay tuned, because each chapter builds on the last, taking you deeper into the science and mystery of your own potential. The journey isn't just about new knowledge. It's about real change in real time. So, whether you're new to the world of quantum science, or you're simply ready to reach a level of self-improvement that's never felt possible, you are in the right place. Get ready, because the old rules are about to be rewritten. The story of your personal growth is about to take a quantum leap. And it all starts right now. Quantum self-improvement is not just another trend. It represents a fundamental upgrade to the entire operating system of your personal growth. Here, growth isn't linear. It's exponential. Traditional self-help methods assume you are a machine, input a new habit, wait, and eventually you'll see an output. Quantum self-improvement understands that you are an ecosystem. You are an observer, a participant, and a creator all at once. Let's clarify the difference. Classic personal development leans heavily on the idea that you move from point A to point B by hard work and repetition. The approach is often slow, and it treats challenges as obstacles to be chipped away at, bit by bit. Quantum self-improvement views growth as a sudden shift in possibilities. Growth happens in bursts, in leaps, triggered by small shifts in your internal state, much like the sudden jump of an electron from one energy level to another. The mind-blowing aspect of this approach comes from quantum physics itself. In the quantum world, particles exist in states of potential until observed. Energy and information are entangled, influencing each other instantly. The boundaries between self and environment are blurred. Now apply these principles to your own life. Your potential is not static. Your capabilities are not predetermined. In every moment, you are surrounded by a field of possibilities, and your attention, choices, and beliefs determine which reality solidifies. Think about that for a moment. All your life, you may have been taught that success comes through sheer willpower, discipline, and consistent effort over long periods of time. Quantum self-improvement doesn't reject hard work. It simply suggests that the real leverage comes from shifting the system at a deeper level. When you update the way you think, feel, and observe the world, you trigger changes that echo across your entire experience. Consider your brain not as a static organ but as a quantum processor. Every thought, every intention is a pattern of energy. Your mind and body are constantly sending signals back and forth, reinforcing beliefs and behaviors. In quantum self-improvement, the goal is to create a new pattern, a quantum pattern, that changes your identity at the core. When that happens, your actions, habits, and results begin to change almost automatically. The first mind-blowing shift is this: reality is not a single, fixed path. You are not locked into your current habits or circumstances. You are a system of energy and consciousness, interacting with a field of possibilities. Every day, with every intention, you are selecting one outcome from a cloud of potentials. Your power lies in learning how to observe, choose, and direct your attention, because these are the quantum levers that make the biggest difference. Quantum self-improvement also reframes failure. In the classical model, failure is a setback. It means you're off track. In the quantum model, every failure is a measurement, a data point. It tells you which pattern is being reinforced and gives you immediate feedback on how to shift your energy, your mindset, or your focus to collapse a different outcome next time. This isn't magic, and it isn't pseudoscience. Decades of research in neuroscience and physics are now converging, showing us that human consciousness is not a passive observer but an active force in shaping outcomes. The observer effect, the entanglement of mind and body, the influence of intention, all of these principles have been demonstrated in both the lab and real-world practice. In quantum self-improvement, growth happens in moments of insight, in sudden shifts of state, in bursts of energy and clarity. One new belief, one powerful question, one change in emotional energy, and the entire system can leap to a new level. Let's recap the core principle here. You are not a passive participant in your own life. You are the quantum observer, the selector, the influencer of which reality comes next. Your attention is the spotlight, your intention is the script, and your emotions are the fuel. In the next chapter, we'll look even closer at the science behind the observer effect. Now that you've seen how quantum self-improvement turns the old model on its head, you're about to learn the practical steps to start shaping your own reality, by understanding how the simple act of noticing can change everything. Stay with me because we are about to uncover the next layer of quantum self-mastery. Now that you understand how quantum self-improvement completely redefines personal growth, it's time to confront one of the most intriguing mysteries in science and self-development, the observer effect. This is not just a scientific quirk tucked away in physics textbooks. The observer effect holds the power to completely change the way you approach every challenge, every habit, and every goal in your life. Let's set the stage. In quantum mechanics, the observer effect describes something truly bizarre. The act of observing a phenomenon actually changes that phenomenon. In the classic double-slit experiment, light or particles behave differently depending on whether they're being watched. Left alone, particles exist as waves, clouds of possibility, potential outcomes. The instant you observe them, they become specific, definite, real. This is not just theoretical. It's been demonstrated again and again in laboratories all over the world. Now, let's relate this directly to you. Think about your daily experience. Most of us believe our lives are shaped solely by actions, by what we do. But quantum self-improvement introduces a twist. What you pay attention to, what you focus on, is just as powerful as your behavior. When you observe a problem, a goal, or even a part of yourself with true awareness, you collapse a range of possibilities into a single reality. You don't just watch, you participate. Consider how this plays out in your mind. Your thoughts are not just background noise. Every time you notice a thought or a feeling, you're influencing your brain's neural wiring. Neuroscience has revealed that conscious awareness increases neural activity in specific regions, strengthening connections and forming new pathways. In other words, your attention is a sculptor, molding the architecture of your mind. This is more than theory. Every time you set your attention on a new habit, perhaps a fitness goal, a creative pursuit, or even a desire to change your emotional state, you're initiating a quantum process. The possibilities are vast, but your consistent focus selects one outcome from the cloud of potential realities. Over time, your focus becomes your reality. This also applies to problems. Have you ever noticed how a small worry, once noticed and obsessed over, can grow into a huge obstacle? That's the observer effect in action. Whatever you shine your light on grows. If you focus on scarcity, you find more lack. If you focus on gratitude, you uncover more abundance. The observer effect is always in motion. The question is whether you are using it consciously or letting old patterns run the show. Now, let's get practical. How do you harness this effect for true self-improvement? It starts with awareness. Not just passive awareness, but intentional, active noticing. This means stepping back from autopilot, pausing the stream of reactive thoughts, and choosing to notice where your attention is landing right now. When you catch yourself drifting into self-criticism or stress, that very act of noticing is a quantum shift. You disrupt the old pattern and open a doorway to something new. Here's something powerful. Attention is limited. At any given moment, your brain can only process a tiny fraction of the information available. This is why focus is so crucial. By deciding where to place your attention, you select which reality gets reinforced. If you focus on growth, on learning, on resilience, you actually train your mind and body to seek out and create more of those experiences. Let's go deeper. The observer effect isn't just about conscious thought. It's also about how you observe yourself. Are you noticing your own thoughts and behaviors with judgment or with curiosity? Judgment freezes you in place. Curiosity opens up new avenues. By shifting into a state of non-judgmental awareness, you allow new possibilities to arise, just as a quantum system settles into a new state when observed from a different angle. Now, apply this to your habits. Say you want to stop procrastinating. Traditional approaches tell you to force yourself into action, to battle your urges. But quantum self-improvement invites a different approach. First, simply notice your urge to procrastinate without judgment. Observe the thoughts and sensations as if you're watching a particle shift from wave to point. In that moment, you create a pause. You disrupt the automatic chain of behavior. That pause is the birthplace of change. The same is true for emotional states. Maybe you feel anxious before a big presentation. You could try to suppress it, or you could observe it, naming it and noticing its shape and intensity. Studies show that labeling emotions with awareness, "This is anxiety, I feel it in my chest," reduces their power and allows new, more resourceful states to emerge. The observer effect turns reactivity into possibility. There's another layer, your beliefs about yourself. Most people accept their self-image as fixed. But in quantum terms, self-image is simply the result of repeated observation, stories you've told yourself, roles you've focused on, feedback you've noticed. Change your focus and your self-concept will eventually shift. Each time you observe yourself succeeding, being courageous, learning something new, you reinforce the reality of that new identity. The observer effect also applies to relationships and your environment. If you consistently notice the positive qualities in those around you, your brain rewires to expect and attract more positivity. If you continually observe opportunities instead of obstacles, your mind tunes itself to the frequency of solutions, and suddenly, new paths reveal themselves. Quantum self-improvement means you no longer accept reality as something handed to you by the outside world. You become a conscious participant, shaping and selecting outcomes through your attention and intention. Each day becomes an experiment. Where will you direct your awareness? What will you choose to notice and thus reinforce? This mindset transforms the mundane into the miraculous. To bring this concept into your daily life, try this. For the next 24 hours, become a quantum observer. Notice where your attention goes. Catch yourself when old patterns try to pull you back. Deliberately choose to focus on the outcome you want. Not just with your thoughts, but with your senses, your emotions, your full presence. Each moment is a chance to shape the next. Now you've discovered how your very awareness can sculpt the landscape of your life. But there's more. In the next chapter, you'll learn how your thoughts and your body are linked on a quantum level, how changing your internal state creates a ripple that transforms not just your mind, but your entire physical reality. Get ready to unlock the hidden connections that will supercharge your growth from the inside out. Now that you've experienced how attention alone can sculpt your reality, you're ready for an even deeper revelation. Your mind and body are not separate. They are, in fact, entangled at the most fundamental level. In quantum physics, entanglement describes a connection so deep that the state of one particle is instantly reflected in the state of another, no matter the distance. This phenomenon is not just limited to particles. It's at play within you right now, every day. Let's break this down. When you think of your mind and body, it's tempting to view them as two distinct systems. Thoughts are in your head, sensations are in your body. But quantum science and neuroscience both challenge that assumption. Your thoughts create chemical messengers, hormones, and neural signals that ripple through your body in real time. At the same moment, your posture, your breath, and even the food you eat send messages back up to your brain, influencing your thoughts and feelings. This is not just a theory. Consider what happens when you recall a stressful memory. Within seconds, your body reacts. Your heartbeat speeds up, your muscles tense, and your breath shortens. This isn't coincidence. Your thoughts and your physical state are quantumly entangled. On the other side, when you change your breath or relax your muscles, your mind calms down, new ideas appear, and creative thinking is unlocked. The entanglement goes even deeper. Recent research shows that even your posture and facial expressions can influence your emotions, confidence, and motivation. Smile even if you don't feel like it, and your brain starts producing chemicals linked to happiness. Stand tall and you activate neural networks for power and resilience. This is quantum feedback. Thoughts influence body, body influences thoughts, in a constant lightning-fast loop. So what does this mean for self-improvement? It means the fastest way to change your mindset is sometimes through the body, and the most profound way to influence your health is often through your mind. If you feel stuck, you have two doors to walk through. Shift your thoughts or shift your body. Both trigger a quantum chain reaction that changes the whole system. Let's get practical. Picture this: you wake up in a low mood. The old model would say, change your thoughts. But entanglement offers a second, equally powerful option: change your physiology. Stand up, stretch, take 3 deep breaths, move your body for just 60 seconds. Notice how your mood shifts, how your thoughts become more optimistic, how suddenly the next step seems easier. This principle works both ways. If you feel physically sluggish, you might try to force yourself to exercise. But with a quantum approach, you could instead focus on cultivating gratitude or excitement before moving your body. This shift in emotion instantly signals your nervous system to generate more energy, making action feel natural instead of forced. Another layer of entanglement lies in your habits and routines. Every repeated thought and action strengthens the connection between mind and body. If your default reaction to stress is to clench your jaw, over time, your body begins to associate tension with thinking. But when you consciously relax your jaw every time you notice stress, you weaken the old pattern and create space for a new one. You're not just changing a habit, you're rewriting the quantum code of your mind-body system. Now, consider the role of energy. In the quantum world, everything is energy, including your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. When you think positively, you literally emit a different energetic frequency, which can be measured in brain waves, heart rhythms, and even subtle electromagnetic fields. The body picks up on this shift, aligning every cell with your new state. This is why people who practice gratitude or mindfulness often report better health, more creativity, and faster recovery from setbacks. But here's where it gets even more interesting. The entanglement between your mind and body extends outward. Your energetic state influences the people around you, your environment, and even your opportunities. When you are tuned to a state of calm, confidence, or enthusiasm, others unconsciously mirror your energy, responding in kind. This is why the presence of a single calm or joyful person can change the entire mood of a room. So, how can you use this knowledge to accelerate your growth? The answer is to develop daily rituals that acknowledge and harness this entanglement. Start your morning by aligning mind and body. Move, breathe deeply, and set a positive intention. Throughout your day, regularly check in. How is your body feeling? What are you thinking? If they're out of sync, use the tools you've learned, shift your posture, breathe with purpose, choose a new thought. Each adjustment, however small, ripples through your entire system. Let's look at the science for a moment. Studies in psychoneuroimmunology reveal that your thoughts can influence immune function, hormone levels, and even gene expression. Optimism has been linked to lower rates of illness, while chronic stress can weaken the body's defenses. This isn't just psychological, this is quantum biology in action. You are not a collection of isolated parts. You are an interconnected system, and every change creates a new reality. Now that you're seeing the full picture, notice how every thought and every movement is a chance to create change. Not just in one area, but everywhere at once. You don't have to overhaul your life overnight. Start small. Adjust your breathing, practice positive self-talk, move your body in new ways. Watch how quickly your mood, your energy, and your results follow. Here's a challenge. For the next day, treat every thought and every sensation as a signal. If you notice tension, respond with a new action, relax, smile, stretch. If you feel stuck in your mind, move your body, or shift your focus to gratitude. Each time you do, you're using quantum entanglement to trigger a wave of positive change throughout your entire system. As you practice this, you'll realize the incredible power at your fingertips. Growth doesn't have to be hard. It can be a series of small quantum shifts, each one rippling outward, shaping your life in ways you never expected. Now you understand how entanglement operates within you, linking every thought and every cell. But the story isn't over. Next, you'll explore the double-slit experiment of belief, where your potential is never fixed, and new possibilities are only a perspective away. Get ready to see how your beliefs can create infinite outcomes, just waiting for you to choose which one becomes real. Now that you recognize how your mind and body are quantumly entangled, you're standing at the threshold of an even deeper discovery. Your beliefs, those silent stories running in the background, are not fixed boundaries. They are the very instruments that shape, limit, or expand your reality. To understand why, let's turn to one of the most famous and puzzling experiments in the history of science, the double-slit experiment. This experiment, performed countless times since the early 1800s, transformed our understanding of reality. The setup is deceptively simple. A light source shines photons, tiny particles of light, at a barrier with two parallel slits. Behind the barrier is a screen that records where each photon lands. Fire a stream of photons through the slits and something astonishing happens. Rather than forming two simple lines, the photons create a pattern of alternating light and dark bands. This interference pattern reveals that the photons are behaving like waves, exploring all possible paths at once. But here's where it gets truly mind-bending. When scientists place a detector at the slits to observe which path the photons take, the interference pattern vanishes. The photons stop behaving like waves of possibility and instead travel as particles, choosing a single path, producing two lines on the screen, and eliminating the bands. The only thing that changed was the act of measurement, the act of observation. This phenomenon sent shockwaves through the scientific world. It suggested that the simple act of observing a system changes its behavior. Until observed, the photon is a cloud of probabilities, a wave of infinite potential. When measured, it becomes a single, definite reality. So, how does this relate to your personal growth? Your beliefs operate just like the slits in this experiment. Every day, you are bombarded with possibilities, new ideas, challenges, opportunities. But your beliefs act as filters, determining which options you allow yourself to see, pursue, or even consider. Your attention, driven by belief, decides which wave of possibility collapses into your actual experience. When you believe you can't achieve something, you unconsciously ignore, reject, or overlook opportunities and solutions. Your inner filter narrows the field of possibilities to a single path, usually the same old result. But when you entertain a new belief, when you allow the possibility that something different could be true, the wave of potential opens up again. Suddenly, you see options and connections that were always there, waiting for your attention to bring them into reality. This is why your potential is never fixed. It expands or contracts according to the beliefs you hold and the ones you're willing to challenge. Each belief is like a slit, opening or closing paths in the quantum field of your experience. Change your beliefs and you change the outcomes available to you. Let's make this concrete. Think of a goal you've struggled with. Maybe it's building confidence, mastering a skill, or improving your health. Traditional self-improvement methods often attack the problem head-on. Set a goal, create a plan, force yourself to act. But if your underlying belief is, "I can't do this," or "I never succeed," then every action you take passes through that filter. The results reinforce the old pattern, and the cycle continues. Quantum self-improvement offers another approach. Instead of fighting old beliefs with willpower, pause and notice the belief itself. Ask yourself, what else could be true? What new possibility could I allow? This act alone opens new paths in the wave of potential. The moment you genuinely consider a different belief, you expand your field of possibilities, just as an unmeasured photon behaves like a wave, exploring every available option. Science supports this. Neuroscience shows that beliefs literally change your brain's wiring. When you hold a new belief, even temporarily, your mind begins to search for evidence to support it. New connections form, making it easier to spot opportunities and take action that aligns with your new potential. You're not locked into one outcome. You're in a dynamic dance with possibility, sculpted by the beliefs you choose to hold. Here's an exercise. Over the next week, notice the beliefs that automatically shape your choices. Each time you catch yourself thinking, "That's just how I am," or "I can't do that," pause and ask, what if that's only one possible outcome? What else is available? This simple question can be the difference between collapsing the wave into your old self or opening it to a future you haven't met yet. This insight also explains why some people experience sudden, dramatic breakthroughs. It's not just luck or timing. It's the result of a shift in belief, a moment when a new possibility is accepted as real. The wave function of potential doesn't collapse until you focus your attention, guided by belief. With every new belief, you rewrite the code of what's possible for you. Remember, the double-slit experiment didn't eliminate possibility. It revealed that reality is always richer and stranger than our expectations. Your life is the same. You are never trapped by past results, genetics, or habits. Each moment you bring awareness to your beliefs, you reopen the field of possibility. Growth is not limited by what has been true before, but by the boundaries of your belief. This is the invitation of quantum self-improvement. Become aware of your filters, question your assumptions, and allow new beliefs to guide your attention. Every belief you upgrade becomes a new slit in the barrier, opening another path for your photons of possibility to travel. Now, as you've seen how your beliefs act as gatekeepers for your reality, it's time to consider an even more radical idea. What happens when you let go of the need to know every outcome? In the next chapter, you'll discover the surprising power of uncertainty and how embracing the unknown could become your greatest tool for transformation. Prepare to see how letting go of fixed results unlocks new dimensions of growth you never imagined. Now that you've seen how beliefs act as gateways, determining which realities unfold, the question arises, what about the things you can't predict or control? The next quantum principle, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, flips the script on certainty itself. In the world of quantum self-improvement, uncertainty isn't your enemy. It's your greatest ally, and embracing it can radically accelerate your personal growth. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is a cornerstone of quantum physics. It states that you can't know both the exact position and the exact momentum of a particle at the same time. The more precisely you measure one, the less you know about the other. In other words, uncertainty isn't just a lack of knowledge. It's built into the fabric of reality. Every system is alive with possibility, but you can only grasp some of it at any one moment. Now that you've seen the liberating power of uncertainty and how it opens you to a wider field of possibilities, the next step in quantum self-improvement is understanding how real change happens. Not in theory, but in action. The quantum world teaches us that infinite potential is always present, but that potential remains just that, potential, until something happens to select one path from all the others. In quantum physics, this is known as the collapse of the wave function. In your life, it's the moment you make a choice. For a quantum particle, The act of observation collapses a wave of probabilities into one reality. Before the measurement, everything is possible. After, one outcome exists. Your life operates in the same way. Every day you are faced with choices, some big, some small. Each choice is a point where possibility narrows into action, where uncertainty transforms into a new reality. This is more than a metaphor. It is the engine of transformation, the secret behind why some people experience rapid, life-altering change while others feel stuck in cycles of indecision. Let's look at what happens before you decide. As long as you remain in a state of indecision, you are living in a superposition, a place of multiple options, endless what-ifs. This can be inspiring for a while, but it can also become paralyzing. Too many possibilities can create anxiety, overthinking, and fear of making the wrong move. In the quantum realm, a system can only move forward once the wave collapses. In your life, you move forward the moment you make a real choice. But here's the paradox. Many people wait for certainty before acting. They want to be sure their choice is perfect before collapsing their own wave of possibility. But as you learned in the previous chapter, certainty is an illusion. Waiting for the perfect answer only leaves you suspended between realities. No progress, no new outcomes, just the endless churn of potential. The act of choosing, even imperfectly, is what generates movement, learning, and momentum. This principle applies everywhere. Think about the times you finally committed to a new habit, started a project, or said yes to an opportunity. Often, you didn't have all the answers. You didn't know if it would work out. But the moment you made the decision, something shifted. You began to see new resources, support, and ideas that weren't available before. That's the collapse of possibility in action. Every decision brings invisible resources into your awareness, creating a new landscape you couldn't have seen from the sidelines. This is not just a psychological trick. Neuroscience supports this quantum principle. When you make a decision, your brain literally reorganizes itself to support your choice. Neural pathways strengthen, energy becomes focused, and your body begins to align with your new direction. Until you choose, your attention and energy remain scattered across multiple options. After you choose, everything lines up behind your intention. Even small choices have quantum power. Tiny shifts, deciding to take a walk, choosing to ask a question instead of making an assumption, sending a message to someone you admire. Each one collapses a different reality into existence. Over time, these small acts accumulate, leading to results that seem almost miraculous in hindsight. The path from possibility to manifestation is paved with choices, each one a microcosm of the quantum collapse. But what about regret? What if you collapse a wave and wish you had chosen differently? This is another place where quantum thinking changes the game. Every choice creates a new set of possibilities. Even if the result isn't what you hoped for, you now stand in a new universe with fresh options, new lessons, and the chance to choose again. The only true loss is refusing to make a choice at all, locking yourself in the static field of endless potential but zero progress. Let's make this practical. Is there an area in your life where you feel stuck, overwhelmed by options, or afraid to commit? Instead of waiting for the perfect path to reveal itself, pick one small choice you can make today. Commit to it fully, with the understanding that your act of decision will reshape the field of possibility around you. As you move forward, notice how new opportunities appear, ones you couldn't have seen before you chose. It's also important to realize that not all choices are about grand gestures. Sometimes, the most transformative choices are the ones that seem almost invisible. Choosing to pause and breathe when you're stressed. Choosing to listen rather than react. Choosing to challenge a limiting belief, even silently. Each of these micro-decisions collapses a wave of potential into a new pattern, setting the stage for bigger breakthroughs to come. This approach transforms the way you view failure. In quantum self-improvement, failure isn't a dead end. It's just a measurement, a data point showing you what happens when one possibility collapses. Now you can adjust, recalibrate, and choose again. The quantum world is dynamic, not static. Growth is a process of continuous selection, learning, and movement. Now, let's address the myth of the right choice. Quantum physics reveals that there is never only one outcome available. No choice is final. Each decision opens a new array of possibilities, and your willingness to keep choosing keeps you in the game. The real danger is not in making a mistake. It's in never making a choice at all, living as a spectator rather than a creator of your own life. Here's a challenge. For the next week, approach your daily life with the intention to choose. Notice when you feel indecisive, and instead of staying suspended in possibility, make a small, conscious choice. Watch how the world responds. New information, new energy, and new people will show up, revealing paths you could never have seen from a place of uncertainty. You've now learned that the act of making choices is the engine that transforms potential into reality. In the next chapter, we'll explore the most fascinating tool in your arsenal, your own brain, and how its quantum-like processes give you access to powers far beyond what you've been taught. Get ready to discover how to use your brain as a quantum computer for real-world transformation. Now that you've unlocked the real power of making choices and how each decision collapses infinite possibilities into concrete outcomes, it's time to look at the hardware behind all of this, your brain. The most sophisticated technology in the known universe is sitting right between your ears. Yet, most people operate it like an outdated calculator, linear, routine, repetitive. Quantum self-improvement reveals something extraordinary. Your brain doesn't just process information. It behaves in ways strikingly similar to a quantum computer. And this hidden capability can catapult your growth into a whole new dimension. Let's start by breaking the old myth. For generations, people believed the brain worked like a simple machine: input, process, output. This model assumes every result is predictable, like a program running step-by-step code. But current research in neuroscience and quantum biology paints a completely different picture. Your brain is a dynamic, adaptive, massively interconnected web, a system that can leap, adapt, and even make intuitive jumps beyond logic. Consider this: while a traditional computer handles one task at a time in sequence, a quantum computer explores countless possibilities at once. This is called superposition, holding multiple states simultaneously. Your brain operates with a similar supercharged versatility. When faced with a challenge, it doesn't merely pick the most logical solution. Instead, it runs rapid-fire scenarios, taps into unconscious patterns, draws on memory, and even senses subtle cues from the body and environment, all in parallel. The power of parallel processing gives you an edge far beyond conscious willpower. Let's say you're trying to solve a problem at work. On the surface, you might focus on a list of solutions. But in the background, your brain is weaving together knowledge from years of experience, body signals, even the emotional state you're in. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the answer appears. This is a quantum leap, a creative insight born from the complexity of your mind, not just conscious analysis. This brings up a crucial point. Your intuition is not guesswork. It's the output of your brain's quantum-like capabilities. Studies show that before you even become consciously aware of a solution, your brain has already processed thousands of variables and selected the most promising path. That gut feeling is the result of your neural networks operating with quantum-like speed and scope. But there's another quantum secret at play: neuroplasticity. Your brain is not fixed or static. Every thought, every intention, every new experience reshapes its connections. You aren't locked into old patterns. With each choice, your brain literally rewires itself to become more efficient at whatever you practice. Whether it's confidence, creativity, resilience, or even compassion. This is quantum adaptability in action. Let's get practical. If you want to accelerate your growth, start by feeding your brain with quantum questions. Not just, how do I do this? But what's possible? What if I combined these ideas? What haven't I noticed yet? These open-ended prompts activate multiple regions of the brain, encouraging it to leap across disciplines, connect dots in new ways, and generate unexpected solutions. The quantum brain also explains why visualization and rehearsal are so powerful. When you mentally practice a skill or outcome, your brain's neurons fire in patterns almost identical to real experience. You aren't just preparing for success, you're programming your neural networks to expect it. Your brain collapses the wave of possibility in favor of your chosen reality. priming you to recognize and seize opportunities that align with your intention. Your brain's quantum-like abilities don't stop at internal processing. They extend to your relationships, environment, and even your body. Research in social neuroscience reveals that your brain is entangled with the brains of people around you. Mirror neurons activate when you witness others' emotions and actions, allowing you to learn, empathize, and even co-create outcomes on a subconscious level. The more you surround yourself with growth-minded individuals, the more your brain absorbs and mirrors those positive quantum patterns. It's important to recognize that fear, stress, and distraction act like noise in a quantum computer. They disrupt the coherence of your mental processing, fragmenting attention and reducing creative leaps. That's why practices like mindfulness, deep breathing, and intentional focus are not just feel-good activities, they are quantum tuning tools. They clear out mental static and help your brain operate at its highest potential, integrating logic, emotion, and intuition in a seamless flow. Here's a powerful exercise to try this week. Whenever you feel stuck, pause and ask your brain an open quantum question. Then, rather than forcing an answer, allow your mind to relax. Go for a walk, listen to music, engage in something creative. Trust that your brain, like a quantum computer, is processing in the background. Often, the solution or idea will surface when you least expect it. Remember, the old myth that people never change is obsolete. Quantum self-improvement means leveraging your brain's dynamic capabilities. Every day, you are rewiring, adapting, and expanding your capacity to think, feel, and create. The more you practice, the more these quantum leaps become your new normal. You're not stuck with yesterday's wiring. Your brain is built for innovation, adaptation, and transformation. The only limit is the input you give it, your questions, your focus, your willingness to trust its leaps. Feed your mind with possibilities, practice intentional focus, and witness how new realities start to form almost effortlessly. Now you know your brain isn't just a calculator. It's a quantum computer built for transformation. In the next chapter, we'll explore how this quantum adaptability meets neuroplasticity, giving you the tools to consciously rewire your reality from within. Get ready to harness your brain's power for deep, lasting change. You've just seen how your brain operates with a quantum edge, far more dynamic and powerful than any ordinary computer. But the real marvel of your brain is its capacity to change itself, to rewrite its own code through a process called neuroplasticity. When you blend this innate ability with quantum principles, you unlock a method of personal growth that doesn't just add new habits to your life. It transforms your very sense of self from the inside out. Neuroplasticity refers to your brain's ability to reorganize its structure, form new connections, and adapt to experience. For decades, scientists believed that the adult brain was more or less set in stone. But mounting evidence proves otherwise. Every thought, every new skill, every shift in emotion rewires your neural circuitry. Your brain is in a perpetual state of construction, breaking down old pathways and building new ones in response to how you think and act. Now, connect this with what you've learned about the quantum nature of your mind. Remember, in the quantum world, observation changes reality. In your brain, focused attention is the ultimate observer. It determines which neural pathways grow stronger and which ones wither away. When you consistently focus on new skills, fresh perspectives, or empowering beliefs, your brain responds by literally sculpting itself to support those changes. The result? Change that doesn't just stick, but becomes who you are. Think about this on a practical level. Each time you choose to think a positive thought or challenge an old story, you're firing a new set of neurons. Do it once and it's just a flicker. Repeat it and the signal gets stronger. Soon, your brain builds a highway where there was once only a footpath. That's neuroplasticity in action. But here's the quantum twist. The more intention and emotion you bring to the process, the faster and more profound the rewiring becomes. Emotion acts as a high-voltage current, speeding up the process and locking in the change. Let's break this down even further. Suppose you've always told yourself, "I'm not creative." For years, this belief has reinforced specific neural networks. Every time you avoid a creative challenge, those old circuits fire and grow stronger. But the moment you choose to focus differently, even by simply visualizing yourself thinking creatively, you trigger a new network. Add in genuine excitement or curiosity, and you turbocharge the process. Repetition, combined with strong emotion, rewires your brain's quantum landscape. Quantum self-improvement means you're not just layering new habits on top of old ones. You're consciously observing your mental patterns, deciding which ones to reinforce and which ones to let fade. You're collapsing the wave of possibility in favor of a new identity, moment by moment. This isn't about fighting your old self with willpower. It's about choosing where to place your attention and emotion, then trusting your brain's natural capacity to rewire and renew itself. Let's look at how this plays out with habit change. Old models suggest that change is a battle. Overcome resistance, push through with discipline, and eventually a new habit forms. Neuroplasticity combined with quantum insight shows a more elegant approach. Instead of brute force, become curious about your old habits. Observe them as patterns, not as flaws. Then, direct your attention and feeling toward the new pattern you want. Imagine it vividly, celebrate every small win, and repeat the process until your brain's circuitry tips in favor of the new. This is why mindfulness is so powerful. Mindfulness brings a quantum level of awareness to your thoughts, feelings, and actions. It allows you to observe old patterns without judgment, opening a window where you can consciously choose a different response. Each mindful moment is a mini quantum event, a chance to interrupt autopilot and create a fresh connection. Over time, these small interruptions accumulate, leading to significant shifts in identity and behavior. Now, consider the impact of your environment. Your brain is constantly responding to cues around you. Sounds, sights, even the emotions of people nearby. If you want to support your rewiring process, surround yourself with cues that reinforce your new identity. Listen to empowering messages. Read inspiring books. Connect with people who support your growth. Every positive cue nudges your brain toward new patterns and helps anchor change at the deepest level. Let's put this into practice right now. Pick one belief or habit you want to change. For the next week, set a reminder to pause 3 times a day and observe your thoughts or actions related to this habit. Each time, ask yourself, is this reinforcing my old pattern or my new one? Then, spend 60 seconds vividly imagining yourself succeeding at the new habit. Feel the emotion, see the details, and let your brain fire those new circuits. Celebrate even the smallest progress. With every repetition, you're literally rewiring your brain's quantum code. Don't underestimate the speed at which quantum change can happen. Sometimes, a single powerful experience, a moment of insight, a breakthrough conversation, a deep meditation, can spark a rapid transformation. Your brain is always ready to rewire, provided you bring awareness, intention, and emotion to the process. This is not slow, painful progress. It's the quantum way, bursts of insight, followed by lasting change. And here's something even more profound. As you change, you influence others. Your energy, your patterns, your way of thinking, all of these send ripples into your environment. The more you practice quantum self-improvement, the more you become a beacon for others to shift, adapt, and grow. The impact multiplies, creating a feedback loop of transformation that extends far beyond your own mind. You're now equipped with the tools to rewire reality from within, using the synergy of neuroplasticity and quantum change. But the transformation isn't happening in your head alone. In the next chapter, you'll discover how the silent conversation between your mind and body, the feedback loops running every second, shapes your destiny. Get ready to master the signals and messages that determine which patterns persist and which ones fade away. Now that you've learned how to consciously rewire your brain and create new patterns with intention, it's time to uncover the system running behind the scenes. One that's just as powerful and often far more influential than you realize. Every moment, a silent dialogue is unfolding between your mind and your body. This feedback loop is the hidden director, reinforcing your habits, your health, and even your destiny. If you want true quantum self-improvement, you need to tune into this conversation and start guiding it with awareness. Let's clarify what a feedback loop is. In simple terms, it's a process where the output of a system cycles back as input, creating a continuous loop of cause and effect. In the context of mind and body, every thought, emotion, and belief you hold is mirrored in your body, and every sensation, posture, and action you take sends signals back to your mind. The result is a cycle where each influences and reinforces the other, often without your conscious awareness. For example, think about stress. When your mind perceives a threat, real or imagined, it triggers your body's stress response. Your heart rate rises, muscles tense, and your breathing quickens. In turn, these physical changes send signals back to your brain, reinforcing the feeling of anxiety and telling your mind that the threat is real. The cycle tightens, and soon, it's hard to tell where it began. The more you focus on the stress, the stronger the loop becomes. But this feedback loop isn't just about stress or negativity. It operates with every emotion and belief. When you think empowering thoughts, your body responds. Shoulders relax, breath deepens, posture opens. This physical state then feeds back to your mind, reinforcing feelings of confidence and possibility. In essence, you are always either amplifying your old patterns or creating new ones, depending on where you place your focus and how you respond to your own signals. Here's where the quantum principle comes in. Remember, observation changes reality. The act of noticing your body's feedback can disrupt an old loop and open the door to a new one. It's as if your conscious awareness shines a light on the machinery, allowing you to make adjustments in real time. This is how you move from being a passive participant to an active creator of your mind-body destiny. Let's make this practical. Throughout your day, check in with your body. What's your posture like? How are you breathing? Are your muscles tense or relaxed? Each of these is a message, either supporting your growth or reinforcing limitation. By simply adjusting your body in the moment, standing taller, relaxing your jaw, deepening your breath, you send a new signal back to your brain. Over time, these small shifts add up, transforming your internal narrative and your external reality. Consider the feedback loop in habits. Suppose you want to become more energetic and motivated. Start by noticing when your energy dips. What is your body doing? Maybe your shoulders are slumped or your face is tense. Change your posture first. Stand up, stretch, move with intention. This physical shift signals your brain to look for reasons to feel more alive. The loop begins to reverse, reinforcing a new standard for how you feel and act. This process also works with emotion. If you find yourself caught in a negative emotion, resist the urge to suppress or ignore it. Instead, observe the feedback loop. Where do you feel it in your body? What story is your mind telling you? By bringing awareness to both sides, you disrupt the automatic cycle and regain the power to choose a new response. Often, this alone is enough to loosen the grip of the old emotion and allow a fresh perspective to emerge. Research in fields like psychoneuroimmunology confirms the power of these loops. Studies show that people who practice mindful body awareness through techniques like yoga, tai chi, or even simple deep breathing experience lower stress, better health, and greater emotional resilience. This isn't just about relaxation. It's about breaking old feedback loops and wiring in new, empowering cycles that reshape your destiny. Let's look at a real-world scenario. Imagine you're preparing for a crucial meeting or presentation. Your mind starts to anticipate what could go wrong, and your body follows. Adrenaline surges, breath becomes shallow, and your hands might shake. In that moment, notice the loop. Instead of spiraling deeper, take control. Slow your breathing, ground your feet, smile gently. These physical changes send a reassuring message to your mind, and your confidence begins to return. Now, instead of reinforcing anxiety, you've set a new loop of calm and control in motion. The power of feedback loops extends to your environment. The spaces you inhabit, the people you interact with, and even the music you listen to all contribute signals that enter your mind-body system. Consciously shaping these inputs creates positive loops. Surround yourself with encouragement, inspiration, and healthy routines, and your mind-body system starts to expect and generate more of the same. So how do you master this silent conversation? Start by becoming an observer of your internal signals. Set reminders to check in with your body and mind throughout the day. Notice which loops serve you and which hold you back. Each time you identify a loop, celebrate your awareness. Then, intentionally shift one small aspect, either a thought or a physical action. Repeat this often, and watch as new feedback loops become automatic, quietly reshaping your habits, mood, and results. Quantum self-improvement is about breaking free from unconscious cycles and replacing them with conscious, creative patterns. Your destiny is not just shaped by big decisions, but by the ongoing, silent conversation between mind and body. Every adjustment you make is a signal to the quantum field, declaring who you are becoming and what kind of reality you expect to live in. You've now tuned into the feedback loops that silently sculpt your life. But the field of possibility goes even further. In the next chapter, you'll see how your energy and personal vibration act as a broadcast signal, attracting experiences, people, and opportunities that match your state. Get ready to discover how to tune your frequency and start broadcasting your future. Now that you've learned how mind-body feedback loops operate beneath the surface, let's turn to the next layer of quantum self-improvement. One that moves beyond internal signals and into the invisible field that surrounds you. At every moment, you are broadcasting your internal state out into the world as energy. This isn't a metaphor. It's a phenomenon grounded in both ancient wisdom and cutting-edge science. Your energy field and personal vibration act like a beacon, attracting experiences, people, and opportunities that align with your frequency. Are you truly aware of what you're sending out? Every living being emits a subtle energy field. Modern science has begun to measure this in the form of electromagnetic fields generated by your brain and heart. In fact, the heart's electromagnetic field is so powerful that it extends several feet beyond the body, influencing not only your internal state but also the environment and even people nearby. When your mind and emotions are in coherence, meaning you feel focused, peaceful, and aligned, your energy field becomes stronger, clearer, and more attractive to positive outcomes. Your personal vibration is the energetic signature of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs at any moment. When you are anxious, scattered, or stuck in negativity, your field becomes chaotic. When you are calm, joyful, and focused, your vibration becomes ordered and harmonious. People sense this, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously, and respond accordingly. Opportunities seem to appear out of nowhere when your energy is right, and setbacks multiply when your vibration is low. But this isn't just about luck or positive thinking. It's about the science of resonance. In quantum physics, resonance is the tendency for energy to synchronize with similar frequencies. When your internal state is aligned with your highest intentions, you begin to resonate with people, situations, and chances that match your vibration. You literally attract what you are, not just what you want. Let's make this real. Have you ever noticed how some days, everything just clicks? You meet the right person, get good news, or solve a problem with surprising ease. On other days, it feels like you're pushing against an invisible wall. This isn't random. Your internal state, your vibration is broadcasting, and the universe is responding in kind. Your energy field becomes the filter through which reality takes shape. So, how do you tune your personal vibration to broadcast your future? It starts with awareness. Throughout the day, pause and notice how you feel. Are you tense, frustrated, or worried? Or are you calm, grateful, and open? These emotions aren't just reactions. They're signals that set the tone for your entire energy field. Just like tuning a radio, you can shift your frequency by adjusting your thoughts and emotions, even in small ways. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools for raising your vibration. When you consciously focus on what's working, what you appreciate, and what excites you, your body produces chemicals that create a state of coherence. Your heart rhythm smooths out, your mind becomes clearer, and your field grows stronger. This isn't wishful thinking. Studies using heart rate variability monitors and brain scans show measurable changes in energy and brainwave patterns in response to positive emotion. Another way to tune your vibration is through conscious breathing. Slow, deep breaths send a signal to your nervous system that all is well. This immediately calms the mind, relaxes the body, and aligns your energy field. In stressful moments, a single minute of focused breathing can shift you from chaos to coherence, resetting your vibration for whatever comes next. Movement also plays a role. Physical activity, especially when done with presence and enjoyment, generates energy, releases tension, and upgrades your field. Dance, walk, stretch, or simply move with intention. These actions break up stagnant patterns and create space for new, higher frequencies to take root. Your environment influences your energy as well. The people you surround yourself with, the spaces you inhabit, and even the music or sounds you absorb all impact your field. Choose environments and companions that lift you, inspire you, and reinforce the vibration you want to maintain. Over time, these choices create a feedback loop, making it easier to stay in alignment and attract the experiences you seek. Let's talk about intention. Setting a clear intention each morning is like programming your field for the day ahead. Before you check your phone or rush into your tasks, take a moment to focus on how you want to feel and what you want to experience. Visualize it, feel it, and let your energy reflect it. This small act can recalibrate your vibration and set your day on a new trajectory, attracting people and events that resonate with your vision. Becoming aware of your energetic boundaries is also crucial. When you spend time with people who drain your energy or in places that bring you down, notice it. Use this awareness as a signal to protect your field by stepping back, resetting your intention, or recentering yourself with breath and movement. You don't have to absorb every frequency around you. You have the power to choose your broadcast, moment by moment. There's a quantum secret here. The more you consciously raise your vibration, the more quickly your reality shifts to match it. This is why small changes can sometimes create sudden, dramatic improvements in your circumstances. The universe responds to frequency, not just effort. Your job is to tune yourself to the frequency of what you desire through emotion, action, and environment, and then watch as life synchronizes with your broadcast. Here's an experiment. For the next 7 days, start each morning by tuning your energy field. Begin with gratitude. Breathe deeply, move your body, and set a clear intention. Check in with your vibration throughout the day and make small shifts as needed. Track what changes in your mood, your interactions, and the coincidences that arise. You may be amazed at how quickly your external world begins to mirror your internal frequency. You are not just a passive receiver of reality, you are an active broadcaster, sending signals into the field that shape what comes back. Now that you know how to tune your personal vibration, the next chapter will show you how to start your day in a whole new reality. Get ready to create a quantum morning routine that launches you onto the timeline of your best self. Every single day, you've learned how your personal vibration is constantly broadcasting into the world, shaping your experiences and drawing new opportunities your way. Now it's time to discover one of the most powerful applications of this knowledge: designing a quantum morning routine. This isn't just about waking up early or squeezing in a few affirmations. It's about intentionally choosing every single morning which version of yourself you are stepping into and what reality you're calling forward. Each day is a portal to a parallel timeline. How you start determines which one you activate. In quantum self-improvement, your morning is more than just a transition from sleep to wakefulness. It's a reset point, a blank canvas loaded with possibility. As you awaken, your brain is highly receptive, your body is rebooting its chemistry, and your energy field is recalibrating. In this fragile, potent window, the actions and intentions you set do far more than simply prepare you for the day. They literally collapse waves of possibility, bringing into form the version of your life you choose to embody. Let's make this clear. Most people stumble through their mornings on autopilot. They reach for their phones, check messages, or replay yesterday's worries before even getting out of bed. By doing so, they unconsciously reinforce old patterns and lock themselves into the same reality as before. Quantum self-improvement offers a new path. With a few deliberate steps, you can open up new pathways, unlock creative energy, and step onto the timeline where your best self thrives. So, what does a quantum morning routine look like? It starts with intention. Before your feet touch the ground, pause and ask yourself, who do I choose to be today? Not what do I have to do, but who am I becoming? This question immediately shifts your brain out of autopilot and into the creative mode. It places you at the center of possibility, where you get to decide which self you'll bring into the world. Next, tune into your energy. Take 3 slow, deep breaths. As you inhale, imagine drawing in the energy of the reality you wish to experience. Confidence, joy, clarity, abundance. As you exhale, let go of any residue from the past. Feel your body come alive, your heart open, your mind clear. This simple breathwork tunes your vibration, syncing your internal state with the timeline you want to inhabit. Gratitude is your next step. While still in bed or just after rising, think of 3 things you genuinely appreciate. They can be big or small, what matters is the feeling. Gratitude is a frequency that collapses old limitations and broadcasts coherence into your field. By practicing gratitude first thing, you set your energy to attract more of what you value and love. Now, move your body gently or vigorously, whatever feels right. Stretch, shake out tension, dance, or take a short walk outside. Physical movement signals to your brain and body that a new day and a new reality is beginning. It boosts blood flow, awakens your nervous system, and primes your mind for creative leaps. Movement, especially when done with presence, is a powerful way to lock in the vibration you chose with your intention and breath. Visualization is the next quantum lever. Close your eyes for a moment and see yourself moving through your day as your best self. Imagine succeeding, connecting with others, feeling grounded, creative, or whatever qualities matter most to you. See obstacles dissolving, watch opportunities flow to you, and feel the emotions of already living your chosen reality. Visualization isn't just daydreaming. Done consistently, it imprints your neural pathways and primes your mind-body system to seek out matching experiences. After visualization, set a powerful intention or affirmation for the day. It could be as simple as, "Today I radiate confidence," or "I attract solutions and creative opportunities." Speak it out loud. The act of voicing your intention reinforces it in your subconscious, anchoring the energy of your parallel reality. Before you begin your daily tasks, check in one last time with your body and energy. Is there any tension? Breathe into it and release. Are your thoughts aligned with your chosen self? Gently redirect them. You're not trying to be perfect, just tuning your instrument, ready to play the music of your new timeline. This routine, when repeated consistently, does more than create a good morning. It builds a cumulative quantum effect. Each day, you stack new patterns, reinforce new beliefs, and carve out a new path through the field of possibility. The more often you choose your desired reality first thing in the morning, the more automatic it becomes for your brain, body, and energy field to guide you to that timeline, no matter what challenges appear. Let's address a common myth. You don't need hours of free time or elaborate rituals for this to work. Even 5 or 10 minutes, if done with true intention and presence, can reset your vibration and unlock a new parallel reality. The key is consistency and genuine engagement. The universe doesn't respond to empty routine. It responds to focused, heartfelt energy. Here's an experiment for you. For the next week, commit to a quantum morning routine. Choose yourself, tune your energy, express gratitude, move your body, visualize your best day, and set a spoken intention. Track how your mood, productivity, and even the coincidences around you shift. Notice how your mornings begin to feel like stepping into a fresh new world, one crafted by your own consciousness and care. You've now learned to use your mornings as a quantum launchpad, activating new timelines with the power of intention and energy. But what about the rest of the day, when challenges arise and distractions threaten to pull you off course? In the next chapter, you'll discover Visualization 2.0, quantum techniques for shaping your future, not just in the morning, but anytime you need a reset. Get ready to learn how advanced visualization can help you shape reality in ways that even science is only beginning to understand. You've seen how a quantum morning routine can place you on the timeline of your best self, setting the tone for the day with intention, gratitude, and energy. But real life isn't always predictable. Distractions appear, challenges arise, and sometimes your vision blurs. What if you could take control of your reality at any moment, not just at sunrise? Visualization 2.0 gives you this power, equipping you with quantum tools to shape your future whenever you need a reset. Most people treat visualization as a basic exercise. Close your eyes, picture your goals, and hope for the best. But in the quantum model, visualization is far more than mental imagery. It is an act of creation, collapsing possibilities, signaling your subconscious, and altering the energy you broadcast into the world. Every time you visualize with clarity and emotion, you are sending a quantum blueprint into the field, drawing future outcomes closer to your present reality. Let's go deeper. The first principle of quantum visualization is specificity. Vague wishes create fuzzy blueprints. The more detailed and vivid your images, the clearer the signal you send. Instead of simply imagining success, visualize yourself in the exact scenario you desire. See the room, hear the sounds, notice the colors, feel the textures. Bring in as many senses as possible. The brain cannot distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. Both light up similar neural pathways and create tangible changes in your energy field. Emotion is the second ingredient. In quantum terms, emotion is the carrier wave that energizes your intention. Visualizing without feeling is like sending a signal with no power behind it. As you picture your desired outcome, allow the feelings of success, gratitude, excitement, or peace to fill your body. Let these emotions flow as if the result is already yours. This emotional charge is what tells your subconscious and the quantum field to start making your vision real. Timing matters too. While mornings are powerful, any time you need to shift your energy or direction is an opportunity for visualization 2.0. Feeling stuck or anxious during your day? Pause, close your eyes, and create a mini movie of how you want things to unfold. See yourself responding with clarity, finding solutions, or feeling at ease. Even a brief visualization can reset your vibration and redirect your mind-body system toward new possibilities. Quantum visualization also means being flexible with outcomes. Traditional methods often encourage clinging to a single goal, but the quantum approach welcomes surprise and expansion. Visualize the essence of what you want, such as fulfillment, freedom, or abundance, while remaining open to unexpected forms it might take. This openness keeps your field receptive, inviting the universe to deliver results in ways you may not have considered. Layering is another advanced technique. Instead of visualizing one goal at a time, stack several positive outcomes together, creating a composite image of your upgraded life. See yourself healthy, thriving in relationships, succeeding at work, and feeling joyful. The brain loves holistic imagery. By combining multiple goals into one energetic vision, you amplify your signal and accelerate the convergence of opportunities across all areas. Now, let's talk about scripting. Sometimes words help anchor images. Write a short script describing your desired scenario in present tense. I am confident in meetings. Ideas flow easily. People respond to my energy. Read or recite this script while visualizing. This activates both the language centers and the imagination centers of the brain, reinforcing your quantum blueprint. Guided visualizations can also help. Listen to audio tracks that walk you through your desired future, or record your own voice leading yourself through the vision. The more often you engage with these sensory-rich experiences, the more deeply your brain, body, and energy field align to the chosen outcome. Let's make this practical. Choose one outcome you want to shape this week. Find a quiet space, close your eyes, and set a timer for 5 minutes. Begin with slow, deep breaths, tuning into your energy field. Now imagine your desired scenario in full detail. Feel it, see it, hear it. Notice how your body responds. Tingling, warmth, a sense of lightness. Let the emotion rise and saturate your field. If distractions pop up, gently bring your focus back. Finish by expressing gratitude for the reality you are calling in, as if it's already arrived. Practice this daily and notice the changes. You might find yourself acting with more confidence, noticing new ideas, or encountering coincidences that align with your vision. Quantum visualization isn't about controlling every outcome. It's about priming your mind, body, and energy to recognize and act on opportunities you would otherwise miss. It puts you in partnership with the field of possibility, making you a co-creator of your destiny. Remember, skepticism is normal, but science continues to reveal that expectation, attention, and emotion change the way your brain processes reality. Elite athletes, visionary entrepreneurs, and groundbreaking scientists all use visualization as a tool to move from potential to performance. You now have the same technology, amplified by quantum understanding, to bring new outcomes into your life. You're not limited to visualizing once a day. Use this tool whenever you need clarity, inspiration, or a reset. Start a big project, prepare for a tough conversation, or envision your next chapter. With practice, you'll be able to shift your state and energy almost instantly, becoming the kind of person who lives from their vision, not from their past. You've learned to shape your future with advanced visualization. But there's an even deeper power waiting for you: the connection between belief and the body's ability to heal and transform. In the next chapter, you'll discover the quantum science behind the placebo effect and how you can intentionally hack your mind-body system for rapid growth. Get ready to unleash healing and change that transcends what you thought possible. You've just learned how quantum visualization can sculpt your future by aligning your mind, energy, and intention. But there's a phenomenon that takes this power even further, one so remarkable, it has forced the scientific and medical communities to rethink what's truly possible for human transformation. This is the placebo effect. For years, it's been treated as a scientific nuisance, a mysterious factor to be controlled for in experiments. But the deeper you look, the more the placebo effect reveals a quantum truth. Your beliefs can trigger real, physical change in your body and mind. When harnessed consciously, this effect becomes one of the most powerful tools in your quantum self-improvement arsenal. Let's break it down. The placebo effect describes what happens when someone experiences real healing or change after receiving a treatment that is, by all traditional standards, inactive: a sugar pill, a saline injection, or a sham procedure. The key isn't the substance itself, but the person's belief that the treatment will work. Their expectation acts like a quantum instruction, setting off a cascade of changes in the brain and body. Suddenly, pain fades, symptoms diminish, and the body begins to heal, all because the mind believed it would. This isn't just anecdotal. Study after study has demonstrated that the placebo effect can account for 30%, 50%, or even more of a treatment's results. Brain scans show real changes. Endorphins are released, immune cells activate, and neural networks reorganize. Belief, expectation, and focus collapse a wave of possibilities into tangible biological outcomes. So how does this relate to quantum self-improvement? At its core, the placebo effect is proof that your mind-body system is wired for transformation through belief. You are not a passive recipient of biology, you are a co-creator. The act of expecting change doesn't just make you feel better psychologically. It can create actual shifts in your physiology. This is quantum healing, using the power of observation, intention, and belief to alter your body's reality. Here's the critical takeaway. You don't need an external pill or treatment to access this effect. Your body responds to your own suggestions, stories, and rituals with equal power. The placebo effect can be harnessed intentionally, transforming your daily routines into healing opportunities. Start by choosing a belief you want to install, perhaps that you're getting stronger, more focused, or more resilient. Create a simple ritual around this belief, such as taking a deep breath and affirming, "I am healing," or "I am growing," each morning. Treat this as you would a doctor's prescription, with commitment, consistency, and genuine expectation. Emotion supercharges this process. Remember, the brain and body don't distinguish between imagined and real experiences when emotion is present. When you infuse your new belief with genuine feeling, whether excitement, gratitude, or relief, you amplify the signal. The more you expect a positive result, the more your system responds, aligning your biology with your intention. Let's consider pain management as an example. Many people have reduced or even eliminated pain through belief alone, as seen in countless placebo studies. The same principle applies to mood, immune function, and even recovery from illness. By practicing belief, visualization, and positive expectation, you are literally hacking your mind-body system at the quantum level. But there's another side to this story, the nocebo effect. Just as positive beliefs can heal, negative beliefs can harm. If you expect a treatment to fail or a situation to go badly, your body can manifest real symptoms of distress or illness. This shows the responsibility that comes with quantum self-improvement. Your internal narratives are always shaping your reality, for better or for worse. To use the placebo effect consciously, start by identifying areas of your life where you want change. Next, craft a daily ritual that symbolizes your new belief. This could be as simple as drinking a glass of water and saying, "This is energizing me," or tapping your chest and affirming, "I am confident." Repeat this with intention, adding visualization and emotion. Over time, your body and mind will start to respond, often faster than you'd expect. There's growing evidence that even chronic conditions like autoimmune disorders, chronic pain, or anxiety can improve when patients harness belief and expectation as part of their healing. Some clinics even use open-label placebos, where patients know the pill is inert, yet still experience powerful results simply from the ritual and belief in change. The boundary between mind and matter, once thought to be unbreakable, becomes increasingly porous in the light of quantum self-improvement. Let's get practical. Choose one small area of your life: energy, sleep, confidence, or recovery from a minor ache. Each day, set aside 5 minutes for your ritual. State your intention clearly, feel it emotionally, and expect a shift. Notice how your body responds over the coming days. Track even subtle changes: improved mood, more focus, less discomfort. By collecting evidence, you reinforce your belief and amplify the placebo effect even more. Skepticism is natural, especially if you've been taught that biology is destiny. But the latest research is clear. Your beliefs, rituals, and expectations are tools for hacking your system. You can use the placebo effect as a daily practice, turning ordinary routines into extraordinary vehicles for growth and healing. The power isn't in the pill, but in the consciousness behind it. You've now glimpsed how belief alone can unlock quantum healing and transformation. But this is just one tool. In the next chapter, you'll discover how asking the right questions, quantum questions, can break you free from old patterns, reveal hidden answers, and trigger personal breakthroughs. Get ready to access deeper wisdom and results than you ever thought possible, just by changing the way you inquire within yourself. You've just seen how beliefs, rituals, and expectation can spark genuine transformation in your mind and body. But there's a tool even more subtle and often more powerful for shifting your reality: the questions you ask yourself. In quantum self-improvement, questions aren't just prompts for information. They're catalysts that change the shape of possibility itself. The right question, asked with intention, can instantly disrupt an old pattern, open a new path, and unlock resources you never imagined you had. Let's get clear about why questions are so powerful. Your brain is a search engine. The moment you pose a question, your subconscious mind goes to work looking for answers, whether you realize it or not. Most people, however, ask questions that keep them stuck. Why am I always tired? Or, why can't I ever get this right? These questions send your mind searching for evidence to reinforce old limits. But in quantum self-improvement, you learn to ask quantum questions. Questions that open up possibility, invite new options, and prime your mind for positive change. A quantum question is designed to be expansive, not restrictive. Instead of searching for reasons why you're stuck, it guides your awareness toward solutions, strengths, and new realities. These are questions like, how could I make this easier? What strengths have I not yet tapped into? Or what's possible here that I haven't seen yet? Each of these questions nudges your attention away from old neural ruts and toward the wide-open field of possibility. Here's how this works at the brain level. When you ask a restrictive or negative question, your neural pathways fire along familiar lines, repeating old stories and reinforcing the past. But when you ask a quantum question, something open, curious, and solution-focused, you force your brain to light up new areas, make new connections, and reach for fresh insights. This is neuroplasticity in real time, sparked by the simple act of inquiry. Emotion amplifies the effect. If you ask a quantum question with genuine curiosity or excitement, your mind becomes even more resourceful and creative. It's not just about wording. It's about energy, openness, and the willingness to see beyond what you already know. Let's get practical. Think about a problem you've faced recently. Instead of asking, "Why does this keep happening to me?" try, "What can I learn from this?" Or "What new action could I take right now?" Notice how your body feels as you ask these questions. The right quantum question will create a sense of expansion, relief, or even inspiration. It may not provide an immediate answer, but it will open the door to new possibilities and shifts. Here's an experiment you can try today. Set a timer for 5 minutes and write down every question you find yourself asking throughout the day, about your goals, your challenges, your relationships, and yourself. At the end of the day, review your list. Are your questions focused on the past or the future? On problems or on possibilities? On limitation or on potential? Now, choose one area where you want change and write 3 quantum questions for yourself. For example, how could I approach this in a way I've never considered before? Who could help me or inspire me to see this differently? What's one tiny action that could move me forward right now? Ask these out loud or write them in your journal. Let your subconscious mind get to work, even if the answers don't arrive immediately. Often, the mere act of asking starts a chain reaction, attracting new ideas, resources, or even coincidences that bring answers from unexpected places. Quantum questions are especially useful for breaking through self-limiting beliefs. If you catch yourself thinking, "I always mess this up," pause and ask, "What if that's not true anymore?" Or, "How might I surprise myself this time?" These kinds of questions don't just reframe your thinking. They collapse the wave of old stories and invite a new version of you to emerge. The magic of quantum questions is that they keep you in a state of creative uncertainty, where growth happens fastest. Instead of pretending you have all the answers, you create space for learning, experimentation, and breakthrough. This is the mindset of inventors, artists, and top performers. People who don't just accept the world as it is, but who are always asking, "How can this be different? How can I grow? What else is possible?" It's also a tool for overcoming setbacks and resistance. When you feel stuck or defeated, shift your questions from "Why me?" to "What can I try now?" or "How can I turn this into an opportunity?" With practice, your default mental habits will transform. Instead of ruminating on what's wrong, you'll train your mind to automatically look for what's next. That's the essence of quantum self-improvement, using the power of awareness and intention to shape your experience, moment by moment. And don't forget to use quantum questions in your daily routines. Start your morning by asking, "What would make today magical?" Or, "How can I show up as my best self?" Before bed, ask, "What did I learn today?" Or, "How can I grow even more tomorrow?" These questions plant seeds in your subconscious that keep working while you rest, attracting insights and opportunities for growth. There's also tremendous power in sharing quantum questions with others. Ask your friends, team, or family open, growth-oriented questions and watch how their energy and creativity expand. A single well-timed question can spark transformation not just in you, but in everyone around you. Quantum questions are the engine of curiosity, innovation, and personal evolution. By changing the questions you ask, you change the answers you receive, and ultimately the reality you live. Now you've discovered the transformative power of inquiry, and how the right question can trigger breakthroughs on every level. Next, you'll go even deeper, exploring what happens when you truly let go of old stories and step into a new identity. Get ready for a quantum identity shift, breaking the habit of being yourself and becoming the person you've always wanted to be. You've just discovered how quantum questions can unlock new possibilities and disrupt old patterns. But even the most powerful questions won't lead to lasting change if you're trapped inside the boundaries of your old identity. The next breakthrough in quantum self-improvement is this: true transformation happens when you break the habit of being yourself. At the quantum level, identity isn't fixed. It's a pattern, a script written by your past, but rewritten by your attention and intention. When you shift who you believe you are, you activate a ripple of change that touches every thought, feeling, and action. Let's start with a clear truth. Your identity is not your personality, your history, or your circumstances. It's the set of beliefs, stories, and habits you've rehearsed, often unconsciously, for years. Every day you wake up and step into the familiar pattern of who you are, the way you think, the way you talk to yourself, the way you respond to challenges. These patterns aren't hardwired, they're programmed. And every program can be updated, replaced, or even deleted. From a quantum perspective, your identity exists as a field of possibilities, not a single, unchangeable fact. Every version of you that has ever existed or could exist still lives in the quantum field. Your current identity is simply the reality you have most frequently observed, rehearsed, and reinforced. But the moment you observe and reinforce a new pattern, you begin to collapse the wave of possibility into a new self. This means you're never stuck with the old version of you. Change starts the instant you decide to stop rehearsing your past and start rehearsing your future. This is the quantum identity shift. It's not about abandoning your history, but about choosing which version of yourself you want to activate right now. The first step is awareness. Catch yourself replaying old narratives. I'm always late. I'm just not creative. I can't handle stress. These are scripts, stories that feel true only because you've practiced them for so long. The act of noticing these patterns is already a quantum shift. It pulls you out of autopilot and gives you a window to choose something new. Next, create a vision for your new self. This is not just about goals or surface-level achievements, but about identity. How do you think, feel, and act as your upgraded self? Picture it in detail. How do you move? What do you believe about yourself? How do you respond to challenges? The more vivid and sensory-rich your vision, the stronger the signal you send to your brain and the quantum field. Now, begin the process of rehearsal. Every day, practice thinking, feeling, and acting as your new identity, even if just for a few minutes. This can feel awkward at first, but remember, your brain and body don't know the difference between real experience and intentional rehearsal. Each time you repeat the new pattern with intention and emotion, you reinforce new neural pathways and collapse the wave of possibility into your chosen self. Let's make this actionable. Start by choosing a single trait or habit your upgraded self embodies. Maybe it's confidence, resilience, creativity, or kindness. Each morning, set the intention to notice and embody this trait throughout the day. When you catch yourself slipping back into old habits, pause and redirect your attention. Celebrate every win, no matter how small. With practice, your new identity becomes more familiar, and the old one begins to fade. Another powerful tool is self-talk. Notice the language you use with yourself. Shift from statements like, "I am not good at this," to, "I am becoming better at this every day." The words you use are not just labels. They are commands to your subconscious, instructions that shape your experience. Speaking as your new self, even internally, accelerates the quantum shift. Your environment plays a role, too. Surround yourself with cues, people, and spaces that reinforce your new identity. Change something in your environment. A piece of art, a daily reminder, a playlist, to symbolize your commitment to the new self. Each environmental shift is a signal to your brain that change is happening, making it easier to stay aligned with your vision. You may encounter resistance. The old self will try to pull you back with familiar doubts and habits. When this happens, don't fight or judge it. Recognize it as a pattern, one that's losing power as you practice your new self. Use mindfulness, quantum questions, and positive self-talk to bring yourself back to the upgraded identity. Over time, the pull of the past weakens, and your new reality becomes your new comfort zone. Quantum identity shifts are not always dramatic overnight transformations. Often, they are the result of small, consistent choices, moments when you say yes to the new and no to the old again and again. Every day you rehearse your future self, you strengthen the neural and energetic signature of that identity, making it more natural and automatic. Here's a practical experiment. Write a future self script in the present tense. I am confident. I handle challenges with calm and creativity. I am open to new possibilities. Read this script each morning and night, and visualize yourself living it. As you go through your day, look for moments to act in alignment with your new self. Track your progress, and celebrate every shift. The quantum truth is this: identity is a choice, not a prison. You are the observer, the creator, the director of your own story. Each time you break the habit of being your old self, you step into a new timeline, one where your dreams, strengths, and values are not just possibilities but realities. Now you know how to perform a quantum identity shift, but what about the fuel behind this transformation? In the next chapter, you'll learn how your emotions, far from being just reactions, are powerful tools for collapsing reality in your favor. Get ready to harness quantum emotions and use feeling as your catalyst for change. Now that you know how to shift your identity at the quantum level, you're ready to harness the force that accelerates transformation beyond logic or willpower, your emotions. In quantum self-improvement, feelings are not just fleeting moods or reactions. They are powerful creative agents, capable of collapsing waves of possibility into your chosen reality. When you understand how to direct and amplify your emotions, you don't just hope for change, you generate it consciously and consistently. Let's start with the science. Emotions are electrochemical signals, created in the brain but felt throughout the body. They trigger measurable changes in heart rate, hormones, and even the electromagnetic field around you. But from a quantum perspective, emotion is more than just chemistry. It is energy in motion, a frequency that carries intention into the field of possibility, telling the universe which outcomes to manifest. Every time you feel something deeply, whether it's joy, gratitude, excitement, or even fear, you're broadcasting a strong signal into the field. This signal acts like a tuning fork, pulling into your experience events, people, and outcomes that match your dominant emotion. High-frequency emotions like love, gratitude, and inspiration organize your field, attract coherent experiences, and make it easier for your new reality to stick. Low-frequency emotions like anger, shame, or hopelessness scatter your energy, attracting chaos or reinforcing old patterns. This doesn't mean you should ignore negative emotions or pretend to be positive all the time. In fact, the key to quantum emotional mastery is awareness. Every emotion, even the uncomfortable ones, carries a message and a lesson. By acknowledging, feeling, and learning from your emotions, you free up energy that can be redirected toward your chosen reality. Suppressing emotion only traps energy, making change harder. Conscious feeling, on the other hand, is a quantum reset, clearing the field and preparing you for something new. So how do you use emotion as a quantum tool for self-improvement? It starts with noticing what you feel without judgment. Throughout your day, check in. What emotion am I experiencing right now? Where do I feel it in my body? This act of observation collapses the wave of unconscious emotion and brings it into the light, giving you the power to respond rather than react. Once you're aware of your current state, you can begin to shift it. One of the fastest ways to raise your emotional frequency is through gratitude. Take a few minutes to focus on what you appreciate, however small. Let yourself really feel the sensation, warmth, relief, joy, or even awe. This simple practice recalibrates your energy field, collapsing your reality into a timeline where more things to be grateful for appear. Visualization is another powerful emotional amplifier. Picture a scene where you are living your desired outcome. Allow yourself to feel the emotions as if it's already true. Pride, excitement, calm, fulfillment. The more you can generate these feelings in the present, the more powerfully you signal to your mind, body, and the quantum field that this reality is already forming. Music, movement, and environment can also be used to shift emotions. Listen to songs that inspire you, move your body in ways that feel good, or spend time in places that uplift you. These activities quickly change your chemistry and frequency, helping you break free from old emotional loops. Let's talk about emotional triggers. When something or someone sparks a strong emotional response, see it as a quantum opportunity. Instead of reacting automatically, pause and ask, what is this emotion teaching me? How can I use this energy for my growth? This moment of reflection allows you to redirect powerful emotions, like anger or fear, into motivation, clarity, or action. Each time you do this, you're collapsing reality in your favor, choosing a new path rather than repeating the old. Remember, emotion is contagious. Your feelings affect not just your own reality, but the people and environments around you. When you consistently radiate high-frequency emotions, you uplift those near you, attract support, and create a ripple of positive change. This is how quantum self-improvement multiplies, by turning you into a catalyst for transformation, not just in your own life, but in the world. Here's a practical exercise. For the next week, set aside 5 minutes a day to consciously generate a positive emotion. Use gratitude, visualization, music, or movement, whatever works best for you. Track how your mood, interactions, and results shift. Whenever negative emotions arise, observe them, feel them, and ask how you can transform that energy into something useful. With practice, you'll find it easier to move up the emotional scale, spending more time in high-frequency states where quantum leaps become natural. Quantum emotions are not about denying reality, they are about creating it. By mastering your feelings, you gain access to a hidden dimension of influence. You become the conscious architect of your experience, collapsing possibility into the outcomes that serve your highest vision. Let's summarize. Emotions are energy, and energy shapes reality. When you raise your emotional frequency and direct your feelings with intention, you create powerful ripples in your life and the lives of others. Every emotion is an invitation, a signal to learn, to grow, and to choose your next reality. You've now learned how to use emotion as a tool for change, but it's vital to be aware of the shadows that can arise when negative beliefs and emotions take the lead. In the next chapter, you'll discover the nocebo trap, how negative expectations can work against you, and what you can do to break the cycle and reclaim your power. Get ready to protect your quantum progress and ensure that your energy always works in your favor. You now understand how high-frequency emotions can collapse reality in your favor, making you a conscious creator of your life. But every coin has a flip side. The same quantum mechanisms that can propel you forward can also hold you back, sometimes with surprising power. This is the nocebo effect, the shadow twin of the placebo. If belief and emotion can heal, uplift, and transform, they can also harm, limit, and sabotage. To truly master quantum self-improvement, you need to become vigilant about the nocebo trap, learning to spot and defuse negative beliefs before they turn against you. Let's start with the science. The nocebo effect refers to real, measurable harm caused by negative expectations or beliefs. Just as a placebo can produce healing where none was supposed to occur, a nocebo can trigger symptoms, pain, or setbacks even in the absence of any real threat. If a person believes a harmless pill will cause side effects, their body can actually manifest those effects: nausea, headaches, fatigue. The mechanism: expectation, belief, and focused emotion, broadcasting a signal into the mind-body system that something is wrong. It's not just limited to medicine. Negative beliefs and predictions infect every part of life. If you're convinced you'll fail, your brain and body align to prove that belief true. If you expect to be rejected, your posture, tone, and energy subtly shift, sending signals that may actually push others away. The quantum field responds not only to your hopes but to your fears, not only to your desires but to your doubts. The challenge is that nocebo beliefs are often unconscious. They're woven into your internal dialogue, your memories, and the cultural stories you absorb. I always get sick this time of year. People like me don't succeed. It never works out for me. These statements might sound harmless, but when repeated with conviction and emotion, they become instructions to your quantum self, setting up invisible walls and self-fulfilling prophecies. So how do you spot the nocebo trap? Begin by listening closely to your inner voice, especially when you're under stress or facing uncertainty. What predictions do you make about the future? Do you expect disappointment, conflict, or loss? Notice your automatic thoughts when plans change or obstacles appear. Are you rehearsing disaster or making room for new solutions? The act of noticing is already a quantum intervention. It collapses unconscious patterns into conscious awareness, giving you a chance to rewrite the script. Emotions provide a second clue. If you feel persistent dread, anxiety, or resentment, ask yourself, what belief is fueling this feeling? Often, there's a hidden assumption running the show. I'm not good enough. things never go my way, or there's nothing I can do. Shine a light on these beliefs. Bring them into the open and question their validity. Most nocebo beliefs are relics, echoes of old experiences that no longer serve you. Here's where quantum self-improvement flips the script. You don't fight negative beliefs head-on. You dissolve them with awareness and new possibility. The key is to become curious. When you catch yourself in a nocebo pattern, pause and ask, is this belief absolutely true? Where did I learn this? What else could be possible now? These questions disrupt the cycle and create space for a new, empowering story to take root. Next, use the same quantum tools you've already practiced, emotion, visualization, and ritual, to reinforce new, positive beliefs. If you notice a nocebo script, intentionally generate a high-frequency emotion like gratitude or hope. Visualize a different outcome, one where you succeed, heal, or connect with others. Anchor the new belief with a small action, even if it's just standing taller, speaking with more confidence, or affirming, I am open to good things. Every time you choose a different response, you rewrite your energy field and set a new expectation for your reality. It's important to recognize that the nocebo trap can also arise from the influence of others. Beware of absorbing negative predictions from the media, authority figures, or even well-meaning friends. Stay alert to language that casts doubt, limitation, or fear. Just because someone else believes in struggle or scarcity doesn't mean you must accept it. You are the gatekeeper of your own field. Choose carefully which scripts you internalize and rehearse. Another dimension of the nocebo effect is collective belief. When groups, communities, or entire societies fixate on negative outcomes, the energy multiplies, influencing the field for everyone involved. This is why it's so important to seek out positive communities, conversations, and influences. Collective hope is just as powerful as collective fear, and you have the power to amplify the field you want to live in. Let's make this practical. For the next 3 days, carry a notebook or use your phone to track every limiting or negative prediction you catch yourself making, even if it's small. At the end of each day, review the list. For each nocebo belief, write an alternative. What's another way this could go? What if something good happens instead? Practice generating curiosity and possibility. Then, visualize the positive outcome and feel the emotion of relief, excitement, or hope. Notice how your body and mood shift when you make this conscious choice. You can't always prevent negative thoughts from arising, but you can decide which ones you give power to. By becoming aware of the nocebo effect and actively choosing better beliefs, you shield yourself from self-sabotage and turn the quantum field in your favor. Now you've learned how to disarm the nocebo trap and reclaim your creative power. But what about those moments when negativity or low energy strikes unexpectedly? In the next chapter, you'll discover practical quantum hacks for instant state change, rewiring your mood in seconds and getting back on the path of high-frequency creation. No willpower required. Get ready to master your state, moment by moment, and step into your most empowered self. You've learned to spot and neutralize the nocebo effect, defending your mind and body from the power of negative beliefs. But self-mastery isn't just about defense. It's about agility, the ability to shift your mood, energy, and perspective in an instant, no matter what life throws your way. This is the art of instant state change, a core quantum skill that puts you firmly in the driver's seat of your reality. With the right tools, you can go from stressed to centered, distracted to focused, or downcast to inspired, in seconds, not hours or days. At first glance, this might seem impossible. Traditional self-help methods often focus on long-term change, emphasizing routines, habits, and gradual progress. While these are important, quantum self-improvement recognizes that every moment is a new field of possibility, a fresh chance to choose who you are and how you feel. Change doesn't have to be slow. In fact, quantum science shows us that even the tiniest shift in energy or focus can set off a chain reaction of transformation, altering your entire experience in an instant. Let's look at why this works. Your mood is not fixed. It's the result of signals moving between your mind, body, and environment. When you're in a negative state, frustrated, anxious, or drained, your thoughts, posture, and chemistry reflect and reinforce that feeling. But as you've learned, the loop goes both ways. By changing your body or your focus, you can interrupt the loop and create a new state, fast. One of the most reliable quantum hacks for instant state change is conscious movement. When you notice your mood dipping, stand up and move. Shake out your arms, stretch, walk briskly, or even dance for a minute. Physical movement floods your system with fresh energy, resets your brain's chemistry, and sends a new signal to your mind. Something has changed. In seconds, you'll notice a shift, not just physically but mentally and emotionally. Breath is another powerful tool. Shallow or rapid breathing reinforces stress and anxiety. Slow, deep breaths signal safety and calm. Try this right now. Inhale deeply for a count of 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and pause for 4, a technique called box breathing. Just 3 rounds can lower your stress hormones and shift your mood toward clarity and ease. Use this technique anytime, anywhere, for a quantum reset. Another instant state changer is sound. Music has the power to change your frequency on demand. Create playlists that uplift, energize, or relax you, and play them when you need a quick mood upgrade. Humming or singing can also stimulate the vagus nerve, increasing feelings of calm and connection in seconds. Light is another lever. If possible, step into natural sunlight or simply turn on brighter lights indoors. Light signals to your brain that it's time to be alert and awake, boosting mood and focus. If you're feeling sluggish, 5 minutes in the sun or near a window can trigger a surprisingly quick transformation. You can also use your imagination for instant change. Visualization doesn't have to be reserved for long, deep sessions. Close your eyes for just a minute and picture yourself succeeding, laughing, or receiving good news. Feel the emotion as vividly as you can. Your brain responds to this as if it's real, sending positive signals throughout your body and collapsing your field of possibility into a more empowered state. Language is another quantum tool. Notice the words you're using, both out loud and in your mind. If you're thinking, "I can't handle this," or "this is too much," pause and choose a new phrase. "I am capable," "I am adapting," or "I can find a solution." Say it with energy even if you don't fully believe it at first. Speaking new words with intention reprograms your subconscious and changes your vibration instantly. Here's a method you can use right away: the anchor technique. Think of a memory when you felt powerful, joyful, or deeply peaceful. Relive that moment in detail, what you saw, heard, and felt. As the feeling rises, squeeze your thumb and forefinger together or tap your chest. Practice this a few times and soon you'll be able to trigger the emotion with just the physical cue. This anchors a new state in your nervous system, ready for you to access whenever you need it. Sometimes all it takes is a change in environment. If you're feeling stuck, move to a different room, step outside, or simply rearrange something on your desk. Shifting your surroundings signals your mind and body that a new pattern is possible, making it easier to break free from old states. Remember, instant state change is not about denying reality or avoiding your feelings. It's about realizing that you always have the power to choose your next state. Even when circumstances are challenging, you can claim small victories by shifting your energy, breath, or focus. Over time, these quick resets add up, building resilience and teaching your mind-body system to recover faster and more fully. Let's make this practical. For the next week, set a timer to check in with your mood 3 times a day. If you notice a dip, try one or more of these quantum hacks. Move, breathe, use music, change your language, or anchor a memory. Track how quickly your state shifts and what actions or outcomes follow. Soon, you'll see that mood is not fate. It's a variable you can influence at will. You now have the tools to change your state in seconds, turning even the toughest days into opportunities for quantum growth. But what if you could focus this power, multiplying your growth exponentially by mastering the art of attention? In the next chapter, you'll discover how quantum focus can accelerate your learning, creativity, and results far beyond anything linear. Get ready to unlock the secret to exponential self-improvement, using your attention as your most powerful tool. Now that you know how to instantly shift your mood and energy, let's unlock the next quantum lever: focus. In a world full of distractions, the ability to harness and direct your attention is the difference between average and extraordinary results. But in the quantum model, focus is not just about discipline or grit. It's about supercharging your awareness, amplifying growth, and creating leaps in your personal evolution that would be impossible by ordinary means. Let's start by rethinking what focus really is. Most people treat attention like a flashlight, shining it on one task at a time, trying to force clarity or productivity. But in the quantum realm, focus is more like a laser, concentrated, coherent, and exponentially more powerful. When your mind, body, and energy align behind a single intention, you amplify your field, sending a signal that shapes reality with precision and speed. Here's why this matters. In a distracted state, your energy is scattered, split between worries, notifications, and unfinished tasks. This quantum noise reduces your effectiveness, weakens your results, and leaves you feeling exhausted. But when you commit to focusing deeply, even for a short time, you organize your energy, collapse potential into action, and accelerate your progress. The difference isn't just in your productivity. It's in the quality and speed of your growth. The science backs this up. Neuroscience shows that focused attention creates deeper neural connections, strengthens learning, and boosts creativity. Every time you enter a state of flow, when time disappears and you're fully engaged, your brain releases neurochemicals that heighten performance and lock in new skills. Focus is the portal to this state, and quantum focus is about entering it on demand. How do you cultivate quantum focus? It starts with intention. Before beginning any task or project, take a moment to set a clear goal. Ask yourself, what is the most important outcome right now? And how do I want to feel while I do this? This primes your mind to filter out distractions and summon the energy needed for deep engagement. Even 1 minute of conscious intention can change the quality of your focus for the entire session. Next, create an environment that supports flow. Silence notifications, clear your workspace, and gather everything you need. Let those around you know that you'll be unavailable for a set period. This signals to your brain that it's time for something special, increasing the likelihood of entering a high-focus state. Time blocking is a practical tool for quantum focus. Set aside short, undistracted bursts, 20, 30, or 50 minutes, where you work on one thing only. When you finish, take a real break. This cycle of intense focus and rest mirrors the brain's natural rhythms, allowing you to access higher creativity and retention without burning out. Over time, your ability to sustain focus will increase, multiplying your capacity for learning and results. Quantum focus is also about quality, not just quantity. Before you begin, check your emotional state. Are you anxious, frustrated, or scattered? Use the instant state change techniques you've learned, breath, movement, or music, to shift into calm clarity. High-quality focus comes from high-quality energy. When you bring positive emotion and presence to your work, the results multiply, and the process becomes more enjoyable. Let's talk about multitasking. The quantum perspective is clear. Multitasking is a myth. Your brain cannot hold two focused states at once. It simply toggles back and forth, losing momentum each time. This creates mental residue, lowering your efficiency and diluting your results. To access exponential growth, commit to single tasking. Pour your energy into one thing, complete it, and then move to the next. You'll accomplish more in less time and with far less stress. Another advanced technique is using focus as a reality shifter. When you notice an area of your life that feels stuck or chaotic, set a timer for 5 minutes and focus all your attention on finding one step forward. This could be a solution, a new idea, or simply bringing calm to the situation. Your directed energy has the power to break through inertia, opening up new pathways where none seemed possible. Here's a practical exercise. At the start of each day, write down your top 3 intentions. For each, schedule a dedicated time to focus deeply, even if just for 10 or 20 minutes. Before you begin, take 3 slow breaths, state your intention out loud, and clear your space. After each session, reward yourself with a break or something you enjoy. Notice how much more you accomplish and how much better you feel when you honor the power of quantum focus. Remember, focus is not about being perfect. It's about building the muscle of attention, returning again and again to what matters most. If you get distracted, gently bring your awareness back. Over time, this practice rewires your brain, making deep focus your natural state. Quantum focus isn't limited to work or study. Use it in your relationships, your health routines, or your creative projects. Any area you direct your energy to, fully and with intention, will respond, expanding and improving in ways that seem almost magical. This is exponential growth in action. Small moments of focused energy, multiplied over time, leading to breakthroughs you never thought possible. You've now unlocked the secret of quantum focus, setting yourself up for learning and growth that defy traditional limits. But what about the tiny choices you make each day? Do they really matter? In the next chapter, you'll discover the quantum power of micro-decisions, how small shifts can set off massive results, triggering quantum leaps in your journey of self-improvement. Get ready to master the art of tiny changes, and watch how your life transforms from the inside out. Now that you've seen how quantum focus multiplies your growth, it's time to reveal one of the most overlooked secrets in personal transformation: the massive impact of micro-decisions. While popular culture often glorifies big breakthroughs and dramatic turning points, quantum self-improvement teaches that real, lasting change happens through countless small choices, tiny shifts that set off chain reactions, rippling through your life in ways you might never predict. Let's challenge a common myth. Most people wait for the right moment to make a huge change, starting a new career, launching a business, or overhauling their habits. But in the quantum world, small, intentional actions often hold more power than grand gestures. Each micro-decision you make is like a pebble dropped in a still pond, creating ripples that expand far beyond the original splash. One small choice can lead to a cascade of outcomes, gradually, then suddenly transforming your life. Here's why this works. Every decision, no matter how minor, collapses possibility into reality. When you choose to take the stairs instead of the elevator, speak up in a meeting, or drink a glass of water instead of reaching for a sugary snack, you send a signal to your brain and the quantum field: this is who I am becoming. Over time, these signals add up, forming a new identity, one built not on dramatic moments, but on consistent microactions. The science of habit change backs this up. Research shows that habits are formed by tiny, repeated decisions, not by willpower alone. Each time you make a choice aligned with your goals, you strengthen neural pathways, making it easier to repeat the behavior next time. What starts as effort soon becomes automatic, turning micro-decisions into powerful habits that shape your destiny. But the impact doesn't stop there. Micro-decisions also influence your energy and mood. When you choose to smile at a stranger, stand a little taller, or pause to take a deep breath, you instantly shift your vibration. These tiny acts send feedback through your mind-body system, elevating your state and attracting more positive experiences. Over time, your life becomes a collection of these micro-moments, each one steering you closer to your best self. Let's get practical. Think about an area where you want change: your health, your mindset, your relationships, or your creativity. Instead of searching for a major breakthrough, focus on the next small step. What is one micro-decision you can make today that aligns with your desired reality? It might be as simple as drinking an extra glass of water, taking a 5-minute walk, sending a thank you message, or writing a single paragraph toward a big project. Now, here's the quantum magic. When you honor and celebrate these small choices, you amplify their effect. Your brain releases dopamine, reinforcing the behavior and making you more likely to repeat it. This creates a feedback loop of positive action, reward, and repetition, building momentum for bigger and bigger changes. The more you acknowledge your progress, no matter how tiny, the faster your transformation accelerates. Micro-decisions also help you overcome resistance. When faced with a daunting goal, it's easy to freeze, procrastinate, or talk yourself out of taking action. But when you break it down to the smallest possible step, you lower the barrier to entry. Instead of, "I need to write a whole book," try, "I'll write for 5 minutes." Instead of, "I need to run a marathon," commit to putting on your running shoes and stepping outside. These small shifts bypass your inner critic and get you moving, which is the hardest part. Another advantage of micro-decisions is adaptability. Life is unpredictable and big plans often go off track. By focusing on small, flexible choices, you become more resilient. If one approach doesn't work, you can quickly adjust and try something else without feeling like you've failed. This is the quantum way, experimenting, learning, and evolving with each new decision, rather than getting stuck in perfectionism or all-or-nothing thinking. Here's an experiment for the next 7 days. Choose one area where you want growth. Each morning, decide on a single microaction you will take that day. Write it down, and at the end of the day, check it off and celebrate your follow-through. Notice how these small shifts begin to build momentum, boost your confidence, and create a sense of progress, even when life gets busy. Over time, you'll see that it's not the size of the action, but the consistency of your micro-decisions that makes the difference. Micro-decisions also connect you to the present moment. When you focus on what you can do right now, you quiet the noise of overwhelm and anxiety about the future. Each tiny choice becomes a meditation, a practice in mindfulness and self-mastery. As you stack these moments together, you not only achieve more, you enjoy the journey far more deeply. Remember, there's no such thing as an insignificant decision in the quantum model. Every choice is a vote for the person you are becoming. Even when you slip back into old habits, the next micro-decision is always available to bring you back on course. This approach frees you from the pressure of perfection and empowers you to keep moving forward, one tiny shift at a time. You've now unlocked the quantum secret of micro-decisions. Small shifts, massive results. But what if you could engineer these tiny actions to trigger an unstoppable chain reaction, turning new behaviors into self-sustaining patterns? In the next chapter, you'll discover the power of quantum habits and how to set off a domino effect that reshapes your entire life. Get ready to design habits that work for you, not against you, and watch as momentum takes over, propelling you toward exponential growth. Now that you've witnessed the immense power of micro-decisions, let's take things a step further. It's time to engineer your daily life for exponential momentum by harnessing the science of habits, quantum style. Traditional self-help often frames habits as a grind, a slow process of discipline and repetition. But in the quantum model, habits are not just routines. They're living, dynamic systems, energy patterns you set in motion, each one triggering the next in a domino effect that can completely reshape your reality. Let's begin with a simple truth. Every habit is a loop. It starts with a cue, followed by a behavior, and ends with a reward. But what most people miss is the compounding effect of these loops. A single new habit, when strategically chosen and stacked, can set off a chain reaction. This is the quantum domino effect. When one small shift leads to another, and another, soon the cumulative impact is far greater than the sum of its parts. Here's why this matters. In the quantum world, energy flows where attention goes. Every time you repeat a habit, you reinforce specific neural and energetic pathways, making them stronger and easier to access. With enough repetition, the behavior becomes automatic, a program running in the background, freeing up your energy and attention for new growth. Quantum self-improvement leverages this effect, using habits not just to automate tasks, but to create a platform for higher-level change. Start by choosing habits that have a ripple effect. For example, if you want to become more creative, you might start by establishing a morning writing routine, even if it's just for 5 minutes. This tiny habit primes your mind for creativity throughout the day. Soon, you find yourself noticing new ideas, taking more risks, and attracting opportunities that align with your intention. The initial habit becomes the first domino, toppling others in ways you might not have predicted. Habit stacking is a quantum strategy. Instead of trying to overhaul your life overnight, add new habits onto existing routines. Attach meditation to your morning coffee, gratitude journaling to your lunch break, or a short walk to the end of your workday. By linking new behaviors to old ones, you use the momentum of established energy patterns to build new pathways, making change smoother and more sustainable. Rewards matter, too. Every habit needs a reward, a positive feedback signal to your brain and body. This could be the satisfaction of checking something off your list, a feeling of accomplishment, or even a moment of celebration. The more immediate and enjoyable the reward, the faster your system internalizes the new habit. Over time, These small moments of pleasure create anticipation, making you want to repeat the behavior. Don't underestimate the power of environment. Your surroundings cue your habits, often without you realizing it. Want to eat healthier? Place fruit on the counter and put snacks out of sight. Want to move more? Set your workout clothes by the door. Shape your environment so that your desired habits are the default option, not an exception. This quantum tweak can make good habits almost inevitable. Now, let's talk about habit tracking. The act of measuring and celebrating your habits magnifies their power. Use a journal, an app, or even a calendar to mark each successful repetition. Tracking creates visible momentum, a growing chain you won't want to break. Every check mark, every note of progress, is a signal to your subconscious that change is happening. This awareness accelerates the domino effect, turning daily actions into an unstoppable force. Quantum habits also thrive on flexibility. If you miss a day or fall off track, don't let guilt or perfectionism derail your progress. Instead, make your next move as soon as possible. In the quantum model, it's not about never slipping. It's about the speed and ease with which you return to your path. This approach builds resilience and keeps your momentum alive, even when life gets messy. Let's make this practical. Choose one area of your life you want to upgrade. Identify a tiny habit you can start today, something so small you can't fail. Stack it onto an existing routine, and decide how you'll reward yourself each time you complete it. Track your progress for the next 21 days, and watch as the domino effect takes hold. As you gain momentum, add another habit and then another. Soon, you'll find your days filled with patterns that pull you toward your best self, effortlessly and automatically. The real secret of quantum habits is this: they shift your identity. Every time you repeat a behavior, you reinforce the story, "This is who I am." Over weeks and months, these small choices accumulate, transforming you at the core. You're not just building habits, you're building a new version of yourself, one micro-action at a time. And here's where exponential growth kicks in. As your habits compound, you begin to experience breakthroughs that once seemed out of reach. Goals that felt overwhelming become easy, even inevitable, because the systems you've engineered carry you forward. The domino effect is no longer just a metaphor. It's your new reality, powered by the quantum laws of momentum and compounding energy. You've now learned how to engineer quantum habits and harness the domino effect for lasting change. But what if you could go beyond habits, bending your personal timeline to experience growth at any speed you choose? In the next chapter, you'll discover how to treat time as an illusion, unlocking new ways to accelerate or even slow down your journey of self-improvement. Get ready to master the quantum art of time and experience a reality where progress knows no limits. You've now mastered the quantum art of habit, setting in motion a domino effect that makes change feel automatic and inevitable. But what if you could accelerate this process even further? What if time itself is not the rigid, unforgiving force you've always believed it to be? In quantum self-improvement, time is not a fixed measurement. It's a flexible, dynamic experience that can be shaped by your focus, attention, and intention. The most remarkable leaps in growth often happen when you learn to bend your personal timeline. Let's start with a mind-bending truth from quantum physics. Time is not absolute. At the smallest scales, particles can leap between states with no passage of time at all. Even in the world of neuroscience, our experience of time expands or contracts depending on our mental and emotional state. Have you ever noticed how hours can disappear in a moment of flow, or how a single minute can feel like an eternity in boredom or stress? This is time as a subjective, elastic force, one that responds to your energy and attention. Quantum self-improvement leverages this principle. If you believe that change must be slow, hard, or tied to the calendar, you unconsciously set limits on how fast you can grow. But the moment you start questioning this story, you open the door to a new reality. Time at the personal level is a construction, one you can reshape to accelerate learning, healing, and transformation. Let's break this down with practical examples. When you enter a state of deep focus, whether you're creating, learning, or training, your perception of time shifts. Neurochemicals flood your system, making hours feel like minutes and enabling you to accomplish in one session what might have taken days in a distracted state. This is quantum time bending in action. The more present and engaged you are, the more you stretch each moment, packing it with learning and growth. The reverse is also true. When you scatter your focus, multitask, or worry about the past or future, time seems to slip away. Days pass with little progress and your growth stalls. Recognizing this, you can choose to reclaim time by pulling your energy into the now, using presence, intention, and focused attention to make every minute count. Visualization is another powerful time-bending tool. By vividly imagining your future self, you begin to act, feel, and think as if you've already achieved your goal. This accelerates the neural rewiring process, pulling your desired outcome closer on your timeline. Elite performers often describe living in the future, embodying the mindset and energy of their goal long before it appears. This is quantum acceleration, collapsing the distance between you and your vision. Micro-decisions and quantum habits, as you've learned, compound over time. But here's the secret. When practiced with intention and emotional engagement, these small actions can lead to exponential, rather than linear, results. What might take years by conventional standards can happen in months, weeks, or even days as you align your mind, body, and energy field for rapid progress. Let's address the limiting belief that it's too late or I should be further along by now. These thoughts are remnants of a linear time mindset. The quantum approach invites you to ask, what if the biggest leap of my life is just one decision away? Every moment is a portal, a chance to bend your timeline, to accelerate growth, to rewrite the story of how long it takes. Time bending also means letting go of comparison. Someone else's journey is unfolding on their own unique timeline, shaped by their intentions, energy, and choices. When you compare your progress to others, you disconnect from your own field of possibility and slow your growth. Instead, focus on your unique path, using quantum presence to create progress at the pace that feels right for you. Here's a practical way to experience quantum time. At the start of your day, set an intention to be fully present in whatever you do. Schedule short bursts of deep work, play, or connection, knowing that a focused 20 minutes can sometimes yield more than a scattered 2 hours. At the end of the day, reflect not on how many hours passed, but on the quality of your experience, the depth of your presence, and the progress you made. If you ever feel stuck in slow motion, use a time-bending visualization. Close your eyes and picture your timeline as a river. See yourself stepping onto a current that moves swiftly and smoothly toward your goals. Feel the sense of acceleration, the excitement of momentum. Let this image saturate your mind and body. Then, open your eyes and act on the inspiration that arises. No matter how small the step, quantum time is also about honoring seasons. There will be periods of rapid growth, followed by times of integration and rest. Trust that every season has value. When you release the pressure to rush or force results, you paradoxically allow progress to unfold more naturally and efficiently. Sometimes, the most significant changes happen in periods of stillness, reflection, or even apparent setbacks. Remember, you are not a prisoner of the clock. You are the architect of your timeline. By combining focus, presence, intention, and emotional engagement, you can stretch, compress, or even leap across time in ways that defy ordinary logic. Your biggest breakthroughs may be closer than you think, waiting for you to question the old story and step into the quantum field of accelerated growth. You've now discovered how to bend time and accelerate your journey far beyond the limits of the past. But what if you could borrow wisdom from other versions of yourself, tapping into a multiverse of potential to guide your every step? In the next chapter, you'll explore the power of multiverse thinking and learn how to access the knowledge and strategies of your best self right now. Get ready to unlock a quantum council of possibility and receive guidance from the future you. You've learned how to bend time and accelerate your growth by shifting focus and intention. Now it's time to unlock one of the most mind-expanding tools in quantum self-improvement: multiverse thinking. Quantum physics suggests that countless versions of you exist in a field of infinite possibility, each living out a different path based on the choices you make. What if you could consult with these alternate selves? What if the wisdom, confidence, and breakthroughs you need are already being lived by the best version of you right now? Multiverse thinking invites you to expand your identity beyond a single storyline. Instead of seeing yourself as fixed, you recognize that every decision splits reality, creating parallel timelines. One where you choose courage, one where you stay safe, one where you take the leap, and so on. The quantum field holds all these possibilities at once. The question is, which self do you choose to listen to? Start by picturing a specific challenge or decision you're facing today. Now, imagine there is a version of you, your best self, who has already solved this problem, achieved your goal, or made the choice you aspire to. This version of you lives on a parallel timeline, one step ahead in growth, wisdom, and experience. Through the quantum field, you can access their insights and strategies, bringing their knowledge into your present reality. Let's make this practical. Close your eyes for a moment and visualize your best self in vivid detail. What do they look like? How do they carry themselves? What habits, beliefs, or routines have helped them reach where you want to be? Notice their energy, posture, and the confidence in their actions. Now, ask yourself, what does this version of me know that I haven't realized yet? Listen for the answer. It may come as a feeling, a word, or a flash of inspiration. This is multiverse guidance, a download from your expanded self. You can take this further with quantum journaling. Each day, write a letter from your best self to your current self. Let this version of you offer advice, encouragement, and clarity about the decisions you're facing. The act of writing bridges timelines, collapsing the gap between where you are and where you want to be. You're not just imagining, you're embodying the mindset, strategies, and emotional states of your highest potential. Multiverse thinking also helps you break out of ruts and limitations. Whenever you feel stuck, ask, what would the most creative, resilient, or loving version of me do right now? This question nudges your mind out of old patterns and opens up new options, sourced from the collective wisdom of your possible selves. You're no longer bound by yesterday's identity. You have access to a whole council of quantum advisors, each holding a piece of your solution. This perspective also reframes regret and self-judgment. In the multiverse model, every choice is simply a new branch, an experiment in possibility. There's no such thing as a wrong path, only new lessons and opportunities for growth. If you wish you had acted differently in the past, connect with the self who did take that path and ask what they learned. Use their wisdom to inform your next move. Instead of seeing your life as a single-thread narrative, you realize that you can borrow strength and insight from every version of you that exists. Multiverse thinking is a powerful antidote to comparison. Rather than measuring your progress against others, you turn inward, comparing your current self to your best self, and using that relationship as motivation. You realize that the qualities you admire in others are already available to you, existing as potential within your own quantum field. Your best self is not out of reach. They're a version of you, inviting you to close the gap with every thought and action. You can also use multiverse thinking for rapid problem solving. When faced with a tough decision, pause and ask, how would my best self handle this? Or what would the most successful version of me choose? Picture yourself stepping into their mindset, feeling their clarity, courage, and resourcefulness. Let their confidence infuse your actions in the present. By rehearsing this, you make it easier to default to your best self, turning multiverse wisdom into real-world results. Here's an experiment for the coming week. Each morning, visualize a specific challenge you expect to face. Then, imagine your best self guiding you through it step by step. Journal any insights, advice, or new approaches that arise. At the end of the day, reflect on how your actions matched your vision, and celebrate every step closer to alignment. Notice how much faster you move forward when you tap into the quantum council within. Remember, multiverse thinking doesn't require mystical beliefs, just a willingness to explore new perspectives. Neuroscience supports this process. By rehearsing future scenarios and embodying desired traits, you activate the same neural circuits as if you were living that reality now. Your brain and energy field begin to align with your chosen timeline, pulling you toward the best version of yourself, one inspired action at a time. You are no longer limited by the old story of who you've been. Every day is a new branch on the tree of possibility. By connecting with your parallel selves, you bring the wisdom of the multiverse into the present, making leaps in growth, confidence, and creativity that once seemed out of reach. Now that you've met your best self and learned to access multiverse guidance, it's time to take quantum creation even further. In the next chapter, you'll discover how synchronicity and quantum luck can be summoned on command, turning everyday life into a playground for unexpected breakthroughs and serendipity. Get ready to harness the art of being in the right place at the right time as you ride the quantum currents of coincidence and opportunity. You've learned how to tap into the wisdom of your best self through multiverse thinking, discovering guidance and insight from alternate versions of you. But what if life itself could become a co-conspirator in your growth? What if you could invite extraordinary coincidences, chance meetings, and lucky breaks into your reality? Not by accident, but by design. In quantum self-improvement, synchronicity and quantum luck are not random events. They are signals from the field, responding to your energy, focus, and intention. The universe is more responsive than you think, and it's waiting for you to start the conversation. Let's start by defining synchronicity. It's the experience of meaningful coincidence. A perfect book falls into your hands, a stranger offers the solution you needed, or a new opportunity appears just when you're ready for it. At first glance, these moments seem like luck. But in the quantum model, synchronicity is the field's way of responding to your vibration. Your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs act like signals, tuning your reality to attract matching experiences. Quantum luck is not about being passive or wishing for miracles. It's about aligning your mind, body, and energy so completely with your goals that you become a magnet for resources, people, and ideas. When your internal state is coherent, meaning your thoughts, feelings, and actions are in harmony, the field reflects this back as lucky events. The more you practice, the more you notice patterns, opportunities, and support appearing in your life. So, how do you activate synchronicity and attract quantum luck? The first step is to set a clear intention. What do you want to experience or achieve? Be specific, but also open to the form it might take. The universe often delivers answers in ways you wouldn't expect. By focusing your attention and energy, you send a powerful signal into the field, setting the stage for meaningful coincidences. Next, cultivate presence and curiosity. Serendipity thrives in the present moment. When you're distracted by routine or lost in worry, you can miss the signals life is sending you. But when you're alert, curious, and receptive, you become attuned to subtle clues. A phrase overheard, a sudden inspiration, or an invitation that feels right. Each is a breadcrumb on the path of synchronicity. Another key is emotional alignment. High-frequency emotions like gratitude, joy, and excitement amplify your signal. They broadcast to the field that you're ready for new possibilities. The more time you spend in these states, the more magnetic you become to positive surprises. Make it a daily practice to generate these feelings, whether through gratitude journaling, music, movement, or meditation. Watch as the world begins to mirror your internal frequency. Action is the bridge between intention and result. Quantum luck isn't passive. When an opportunity presents itself, say yes, even if it feels small or uncertain. Take inspired action on your goals, even before you know exactly how things will unfold. Each step signals your commitment, inviting more synchronicity to appear. The universe rewards movement. The more you engage, the more coincidences multiply. Trust and surrender play an important role, too. Sometimes, synchronicity arrives in unexpected ways, disguised as detours, delays, or even disappointments. Trust that every event is connected to your highest intention. Let go of rigid expectations and remain open to outcomes beyond what you can imagine. Often, the greatest luck appears when you least expect it, if you're willing to receive it. Let's make this practical. For the next week, start each day by setting a clear intention for what you wish to attract. Guidance, a new connection, a creative breakthrough. Throughout the day, stay present and alert for signs or opportunities that resonate with your goal. If you notice a synchronicity, however small, acknowledge it, and express gratitude. Keep a journal of these moments and watch how their frequency increases as you continue to engage with the process. Here's a powerful technique: the serendipity walk. Set out on a walk with no fixed destination, but with a question or intention in mind. As you move, stay present to your surroundings, following any gentle nudges. A street you feel drawn to, a conversation you overhear, a symbol or word that catches your attention. Treat every moment as a potential answer. Many people report surprising encounters, ideas, or solutions arising during these walks. Proof that synchronicity is always just a step away. You can also amplify quantum luck by sharing your intentions with others. The more people know about your goals, the more likely it is that someone will connect you with a resource, idea, or opportunity. The quantum field is networked, not just within you, but between people, communities, and environments. Each time you voice your intention, you activate more channels for luck and coincidence to flow. Finally, practice non-attachment. Hold your goals with clarity, but let go of the need for control. Celebrate every small sign of progress, and stay playful about the process. The less you cling, the more the universe surprises you. Quantum luck thrives in an atmosphere of openness, play, and curiosity. Remember, synchronicity is not magic, but responsiveness. The universe is listening to your energy, actions, and attention, responding in real time. When you live in tune with this principle, life becomes a series of delightful surprises, each guiding you closer to your highest potential. You've now discovered how to attract serendipity and quantum luck, transforming your life into a playground of opportunity. But there's another force shaping your reality just as powerfully: your relationships. In the next chapter, you'll see how the people around you are entangled with your growth, and how you can consciously upgrade your network to accelerate your journey. Get ready to harness the quantum power of connection and watch your world expand. You've now seen how synchronicity and quantum luck respond to your vibration, intention, and openness. But there's another dimension to reality creation, one that's often overlooked in self-improvement circles: the people around you. Quantum self-improvement is not a solo project. You exist in a network of relationships, each one radiating influence, energy, and possibility. The truth is, your connections are not just social, they are quantum entanglements, shaping your reality in ways far more powerful than you realize. Let's begin with a core quantum principle: entanglement. In physics, entangled particles influence each other instantly, no matter how far apart they are. In your life, relationships act in a similar way. Every meaningful connection you form, whether with family, friends, colleagues, or even brief encounters, creates a field of shared energy. Thoughts, moods, and beliefs travel along these invisible threads, impacting your state, your choices, and even your destiny. Consider this. Have you ever noticed how spending time with certain people lifts your spirits, sparks ideas, or motivates you to grow? Or how others leave you feeling drained, anxious, or uncertain? This is the quantum field at work. When you enter someone's energetic orbit, you sync with their vibration, absorbing and reflecting their emotional state. Over time, these exchanges accumulate, subtly nudging your reality in the direction of your most frequent influences. Science confirms what intuition already knows. Studies on social networks show that happiness, motivation, and even health behaviors spread through communities like ripples. When you upgrade your relationships, you upgrade your quantum field, accelerating growth, creativity, and resilience. Surround yourself with people who inspire, challenge, and support you, and your own potential expands to match theirs. So how do you consciously harness the power of quantum relationships? Start with awareness. Take inventory of the key people in your life. Who energizes you? Who triggers self-doubt or limitation? Notice not just their words, but how you feel in their presence. Awareness is the first step to shifting your network in a positive direction. Next, set clear intentions for your connections. Decide what kind of relationships you want to nurture, ones that are uplifting, honest, and growth-oriented. Seek out individuals who embody qualities you admire or wish to develop in yourself. Remember, your vibration is always being tuned by those around you. Choose to connect with people whose frequency matches the life you want to create. You can also elevate your existing relationships by leading with energy. When you show up authentically, radiating gratitude, curiosity, or enthusiasm, you invite others to meet you at a higher frequency. This isn't about pretending or people-pleasing. It's about consciously sending out the energy you want to receive, knowing that quantum fields mirror and amplify what you broadcast. Another powerful practice is intentional conversation. Move beyond surface-level chat to deeper topics: dreams, challenges, values, and growth. Ask quantum questions in your interactions. What are you most excited about right now? What's one thing you've learned recently that changed your perspective? These conversations spark connection, insight, and inspiration, turning ordinary relationships into channels for transformation. Let's talk about boundaries. Just as you curate your environment to support your habits, you need to set boundaries with people who drain your energy or pull you off course. This doesn't mean cutting everyone out, but rather protecting your field. Spend more time with those who nurture your growth and less with those who feed doubt or negativity. When you respect your energy, others will too. Quantum relationships also thrive on giving. Generosity, support, and genuine encouragement strengthen the bonds in your network. Every time you help someone, celebrate their success, or simply listen with presence, you add energy to the shared field. The more value you give, the more value returns, often in ways you couldn't predict. Diversity matters as well. Connect with people outside your usual circles, different backgrounds, perspectives, and talents. Diversity expands your quantum field, introducing new possibilities, ideas, and opportunities. Your next breakthrough might come from the most unexpected connection. Stay open and curious, and let your network grow organically. Here's a practical exercise. This week, reach out to someone who inspires you, whether it's a mentor, a peer, or someone you've admired from afar. Express appreciation or curiosity, and see what unfolds. At the same time, gently limit your exposure to relationships that drain your energy. Track how your mood, creativity, and opportunities shift as your quantum network evolves. Remember, you are not just the sum of your individual actions. You are a node in a vast, living web of influence. The people you connect with amplify your growth, mirror your progress, and multiply your possibilities. By consciously upgrading your relationships, you become a magnet for support, opportunity, and synchronicity. You've now seen how quantum relationships shape your reality in profound ways. But the influence goes even deeper. In the next chapter, you'll discover how your mind and body can literally synchronize with others through mirror neurons and the quantum ripple effect, spreading transformation beyond words and into the very fabric of your environment. Get ready to see how your growth radiates outward, creating ripples of change in every direction. You've now experienced the power of quantum relationships, how others shape your energy, growth, and trajectory. But the influence doesn't stop at words or conversations. There's something deeper, quieter, and even more transformative happening all the time. Through your presence alone, this chapter reveals how your mind and body are wired to influence and be influenced at a subtle yet incredibly powerful level. This is the realm of mirror neurons and the quantum ripple effect. And once you understand how they work, you'll never look at your presence, your posture, or your mood the same way again. Let's start with mirror neurons. These are specialized brain cells that fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing that same action. When you see someone smile, your mirror neurons fire as if you are smiling. When you watch someone express confidence, determination, or joy, those same states activate in you. That's how empathy works. That's how inspiration spreads. It's why energy is contagious. This means that your internal state, your emotions, thoughts, and energy is not just personal. It's relational. You are constantly sending signals, often without saying a word. Every room you enter, every person you pass, every interaction you have is subtly shaped by the energetic cues you broadcast. You're either elevating the field around you or mirroring what's already there. Most people do this unconsciously, but quantum self-improvement gives you the power to do it intentionally. Now, add the quantum lens. Everything is connected. Your mood, your posture, your focus ripple through the field, not just to the people in front of you, but to everyone energetically connected to you. The more coherent your inner state, the stronger and clearer the signal you emit. You become a tuning fork for those around you, pulling others into resonance with your higher frequency. This isn't about pretending or performing. It's about becoming energetically aligned. When your mind, body, and heart are in sync, your presence speaks louder than any words. People will feel it, often without knowing why. They'll lean in. They'll trust you. They'll rise to meet the energy you hold. This is influence beyond persuasion. It's energetic leadership. Let's make this real. Think about someone in your life whose presence uplifts you. Even when they say nothing, you feel calmer, clearer, more capable just being near them. That's the ripple effect in motion. Now realize you have that same power. The question is, how are you using it? Are you unconsciously echoing stress and fear? Or are you consciously radiating clarity and calm? You don't have to be perfect. You just need to be aware. One of the simplest ways to shift your ripple is to regulate your nervous system. The more grounded and centered you are, the more your mirror neurons broadcast safety and presence to others. A few deep breaths, a relaxed body, a softened face. These small shifts turn you into a signal of coherence in a chaotic world. Another key is intentional embodiment. Ask yourself, what energy am I holding right now? If you want to be a force for peace, confidence, or creativity, let it show in your body, your walk, your voice, your eye contact. Embody the frequency before you speak a word. Let your actions carry the message. You don't need to force it. Just be it. You can also consciously use your ripple effect to support others. When someone near you is anxious or discouraged, resist the urge to match their energy. Instead, anchor yourself in stillness or optimism. Let your regulated presence become the mirror they need. Often, people will begin to calm down or shift not because of what you said, but because of how you held them. This is especially powerful in leadership, parenting, and creative work. Your emotional tone sets the atmosphere. When you show up regulated, focused, and open, others follow suit. Group dynamics elevate. Teams sync. Families heal. This is quantum influence in action. Not top-down control, but energetic alignment that moves through the entire system. Let's look at how to practice this deliberately. Begin each day by checking in with your inner state. Are you scattered or centered? Closed or open? Then ask, what energy do I want to bring into the world today? Anchor that intention with a simple physical gesture. A slow breath, a stretch, a quiet smile. Let your body begin broadcasting that frequency before you've even spoken. Throughout the day, pause before key interactions. Reset your posture. Align with your intention. Remind yourself, my presence is the message. This isn't about performance, it's about alignment. It's about being the ripple you want to send. And when things get chaotic, don't underestimate your stabilizing power. Whether in a tense meeting, a stressful family situation, or a moment of public uncertainty, your ability to stay calm, curious, and centered becomes a lighthouse for others. Often, the most powerful thing you can do is simply not react. Hold your field steady. Let your coherence speak louder than chaos. Here's an exercise for the week. Pick one relationship or environment where you'd like to create a positive ripple. Decide on a single energetic quality you want to embody, like patience, clarity, or optimism. Each time you're in that space, bring your attention back to that quality. Notice how others begin to shift, even subtly. Keep a record. Watch the ripple. You are more influential than you've been led to believe. Every day, your presence sends signals that shape the thoughts, moods, and decisions of those around you. When you choose your energy consciously, you're not just improving yourself, you're changing your environment, your community, and even your future. You've now discovered how your internal state creates external shifts through mirror neurons and the quantum ripple effect. But what if you could direct that flow even more powerfully? Stepping into moments of total presence, peak creativity, and effortless momentum. In the next chapter, you'll unlock the gateway to quantum flow states and learn how to enter the zone at will. Get ready to experience life in full coherence, where time dissolves and genius wakes up. By now, you've seen how your presence, energy, and intention ripple through your relationships, environments, and outcomes. You've learned how your body mirrors others, how your emotions broadcast signals, and how you can consciously raise the frequency of those around you. But now, it's time to take everything you've built, focus, intention, coherence, and unlock one of the most powerful states available to any human being: flow. In this chapter, we're talking about quantum flow states, the zone of effortless performance, where action and awareness become one. Where time dissolves, doubt disappears, and your best ideas seem to arrive on command. The truth is, flow is not a rare accident. It's not just for athletes or artists. It's a natural, trainable state, and when approached through the lens of quantum self-improvement, it becomes a gateway to exponential growth. Let's define it clearly. Flow is a state of complete absorption in what you're doing. Your sense of self fades. Time either speeds up or slows down. You become fully present, energized, and deeply focused. But there's something more. In flow, your brain and body operate at peak performance. You access faster pattern recognition, heightened creativity, and emotional balance. You enter the quantum state of alignment, mind, body, and intention moving as one. What causes this shift? Neurochemically, flow is triggered by a potent cocktail: dopamine, norepinephrine, anandamide, endorphins, and serotonin. These chemicals enhance focus, eliminate fear, and amplify motivation. Quantumly speaking, flow occurs when your frequency is coherent, your attention is undivided, and your energy is channeled through purpose. It's the collapse of infinite distractions into a single point of power. And here's the key: flow is not luck. It's design. You can create the right conditions to enter flow more often, stay there longer, and return there faster. This is where your previous tools, focus, micro-decisions, emotional regulation, intention setting, and energetic awareness, all converge. You're not chasing flow. You're creating it. Let's start with your environment. Flow requires clarity. Remove distractions. Silence notifications. Create a physical and energetic space where your nervous system feels safe to relax and fully engage. Lighting, sound, posture, it all matters. Small adjustments to your surroundings can lead to massive shifts in presence. Next is challenge. Flow lives between boredom and overwhelm. If a task is too easy, your mind wanders. If it's too hard, you shut down. But right in the middle, when the challenge slightly exceeds your current skill level, you're forced to stretch and flow opens. Choose tasks that engage you deeply, that require effort and focus, but that feel just within reach. This is your edge. That's where the zone begins. Now add intention. Before beginning any task, take a moment to ask, why does this matter? Even mundane work becomes a portal to flow when infused with meaning. Connect it to your larger mission, your vision, or even the feeling you want to cultivate. Intention locks your energy onto a target. That's how you start tuning your frequency into flow. Then comes the gateway: focus. You've already learned how to enter deep focus with breath, movement, and presence. Use that now. Commit to a distraction-free window of time, even 20 minutes. Set a timer. Commit fully. When your attention stops scattering, energy begins building. Within minutes, the chemicals of flow start activating. You're no longer just working, you're becoming the work. As you move into flow, something shifts. Thought gives way to action. Effort gives way to ease. You lose track of yourself because you're no longer watching, you're simply being. This is a quantum moment. You've collapsed noise into clarity, potential into performance, self into creation. The more often you experience this, the more your brain rewires for it. Flow becomes a skill, not a mystery. And what happens when you train this skill? Your progress accelerates. You learn faster. You retain more. You produce better results in less time. Flow amplifies your capacity and collapses your timeline. What once took weeks now takes days. What once felt impossible now feels inevitable. You are surfing the quantum current of effortlessness. To extend flow, manage your energy. Flow burns fuel. After each deep session, take a real break. Move your body. Get outside. Breathe. Reflect. This recovery phase is not a luxury, it's part of the cycle. Push too hard without rest and you crash. But balance effort with recovery, and flow returns stronger, more reliably, more often. You can also layer flow into unexpected parts of life. Washing dishes, walking, playing with your kids, writing a quick email. When you bring full presence and intention, even the simplest tasks become a meditation. A microflow. These moments train your nervous system for larger flow states, rewiring you to stay engaged without forcing it. Let's talk about group flow. When a team enters flow together, where collaboration becomes seamless, ideas bounce effortlessly, and results surpass expectations, that's quantum synergy. It happens when everyone is aligned in mission, energy, and trust. You can help trigger this by managing your own state. Bring calm, bring clarity, bring coherence. Others will start to match you, and a group flow emerges from the shared frequency. Here's your challenge for the week. Choose one task each day that you will approach as a flow session. Prepare your space. Eliminate distractions. Set a clear intention. Then, enter it fully. Track how you feel. Note when time disappears, when your work deepens, when doubt vanishes. Over time, increase the length and complexity of your sessions. Watch how your output and your experience begins to transform. Remember, flow isn't some distant peak reserved for the elite. It's your natural state, your birthright. You've simply been trained out of it by noise, stress, and distraction. But now, with quantum awareness, you can reclaim it. And not just occasionally, but consistently, intentionally, and powerfully. You've just learned how to enter the zone on demand, harnessing the power of quantum flow to elevate every aspect of your performance. But one of the biggest barriers to living in this state is hesitation. In the next chapter, you'll uncover how to end the pattern of delay and defeat once and for all. Get ready to collapse the wave of procrastination and replace it with instant, inspired action. You've now experienced the magic of quantum flow, those states where time disappears, energy peaks, and action feels effortless. But even with all the tools and insights you've gathered, there's one silent disruptor that can still keep you stuck. Delay, hesitation, avoidance, the subtle, chronic drag of procrastination. This chapter is your invitation to end that pattern, not with more guilt or pressure, but with quantum precision. You're going to learn how to collapse the very wave of procrastination before it manifests, and replace it with a self-reinforcing loop of momentum. First, let's get something straight. Procrastination is not laziness. It's not a character flaw or a motivation issue. At its core, procrastination is an energetic misalignment. It's what happens when the nervous system detects risk, pressure, or ambiguity and chooses to retreat instead of engage. The brain interprets the task ahead as a threat to certainty, comfort, or identity. So it stalls, not out of weakness, but out of protection. In quantum terms, procrastination is the refusal to collapse the wave. When you hesitate, you remain in the field of infinite possibilities, avoiding the discomfort of committing to one. Action requires a choice. A choice requires energy, and energy always encounters resistance before it flows freely. Understanding this is the first step to dismantling the pattern. Now let's break the cycle. The fastest way to collapse procrastination is through what we'll call immediate micromovement. The moment you notice yourself hesitating, shrink the task down to something so small, so laughably simple, that resistance has no foothold. If you're avoiding a project, don't commit to finishing it. Just open the document. Type a single sentence. If you're resisting exercise, don't think about the full workout. Just put on your shoes. Stand outside. That's all. This is not a trick, it's physics. Once energy is in motion, it tends to stay in motion. You're overriding the inertia by collapsing possibility into movement. You're bypassing the mental negotiations and choosing embodiment. The task begins. Momentum builds. The wave collapses into reality. Now let's amplify this with emotion. Procrastination thrives in low-energy states, when you feel dull, anxious, or overwhelmed. So before action, shift your state. Move your body, play music, laugh, breathe with intention. Just 90 seconds of emotional activation can shift you from avoidance to engagement. Why? Because your emotional frequency dictates whether a task feels heavy or light, impossible or totally doable. When your body says yes, your brain follows. Next, remove friction. Look at the environments where procrastination shows up. Are they cluttered, loud, overstimulating? Each piece of resistance in your environment adds weight to the task. Quantum momentum needs clean channels. Simplify your space. Reduce distractions. Turn tasks into rituals. When everything around you cues clarity, your system stops resisting and starts responding. Now let's talk about time. One of the biggest lies procrastination tells is, you need more time. But quantum growth doesn't happen in large blocks, it happens in concentrated bursts. Use short, focused windows. Set a 10-minute timer and commit to full presence. When the timer ends, decide whether to continue. Often, just starting is all you needed. Time bends when you're focused. 10 good minutes beats a whole day of avoidance. And here's the deeper layer. Procrastination is often rooted in identity. You're not just avoiding the task, you're avoiding what it might say about you. What if I'm not good enough? What if it doesn't work? These are quantum questions that freeze the field. The solution: redefine success. Don't make it about the outcome. Make it about alignment. Completion is great, but integrity is better. Each time you act in alignment, regardless of the result, you reinforce a new identity. I am someone who follows through. That belief rewires your future. Use visualization to pre-collapse the task. Before beginning, close your eyes and imagine yourself completing the action. Feel the ease. See the outcome. Sense the flow. This primes your nervous system, creating a bridge between intention and execution. It's a way of making the choice real before your body even moves. Athletes do this. Creators do this. You can too. Another powerful move: eliminate the option of delay. Make procrastination a closed door. Decide once that certain tasks are non-negotiable. When the brain knows there's no escape hatch, it stops wasting energy on debate. You save countless mental loops. This frees you to focus on how to begin, not whether to begin. If you ever find yourself trapped in the loop of avoidance, bring yourself back to this core mantra. Start is the goal. Not finish. Not perfect. Just start. That one idea can shift your entire momentum. It collapses the pressure and turns action into something light, fluid, doable. It reminds you, the point isn't to win the whole game. It's to get on the field. Let's add accountability. Tell someone your micro goal for the day. Not a big declaration. Just a message. I'm opening the file at 10. I'm stepping outside for a walk now. That small act creates energetic commitment. You've anchored your intention into the field, and now there's a tether pulling you toward it. This isn't pressure. It's propulsion. You can also gamify your action. Turn the task into a challenge. Can you do it faster? With more focus? With more play? The brain loves novelty. When you inject a sense of playfulness, you override fear and activate creativity. Suddenly, what felt heavy becomes light. What felt like a task becomes a game. That's when procrastination has no ground left to stand on. Here's your quantum challenge. Pick one task you've been putting off. Identify the smallest possible starting point. Shift your emotional state with breath or movement. Set a short timer. Begin without debate. Do this every day for the next 7 days. Track your momentum. Celebrate every micro win. Watch as your resistance crumbles and action becomes natural again. You've now discovered how to collapse the wave of procrastination, ending self-sabotage with clarity, motion, and energy alignment. But there's one more layer to activate, a method to reprogram not just your actions, but your very reality. In the next chapter, we unlock the science of quantum affirmations, language that does more than motivate. It manifests. Get ready to install new beliefs that reshape your world from the inside out. You've just learned how to collapse procrastination by turning energy into motion, by shrinking the gap between thought and action. But now we go deeper, beyond behavior, into the source code of your identity, your beliefs. And nothing rewires belief faster or more powerfully than affirmations, when used correctly. This isn't about repeating empty phrases. This is about embedding frequency-coded language into your field to reprogram reality from the inside out. This is quantum affirmation. And it's not just mindset, it's mechanics. Let's begin by exposing the myth. Most affirmations fail because they're spoken from a place of misalignment. If you say, "I am confident," while feeling fear, your nervous system detects the mismatch and resists. The words don't land. In fact, they can create more tension, more disbelief. But when affirmations are constructed and delivered in a way that matches your energetic state or gently stretches it, they activate new neural pathways, shift your emotional field, and literally change what your brain and body expect from the world. Quantum affirmations don't operate in isolation. They're part of a larger energetic signal. Every thought carries frequency. Every word, a vibration. When you repeat a phrase with emotional charge, full body presence, and coherent intent, it becomes more than an idea, it becomes a command to your field. Let's go step by step. The first key is coherence. Before speaking your affirmation, tune your body and breath. Slow your heart rate. Drop your shoulders. Become present. Speak from alignment, not anxiety. This one shift makes your affirmation thousands of times more potent, because the field listens not to your volume, but to your vibration. The second key is language precision. Use words that your nervous system can believe. If "I am a millionaire" triggers disbelief, scale it. Try, "I am learning to generate abundance effortlessly," or "I am becoming someone who attracts wealth through alignment." These aren't weaker, they're more quantum accurate. They invite resonance rather than resistance. Next, speak in the now but from expansion. Affirmations like, "I will keep power in the future." Instead say, "I allow," "I trust," "I embody." These phrases speak to identity. They bypass effort and go straight to being. That's how you rewire the quantum field, not through hustle but through declaration. Now add emotion. Feel the statement as if it were already real. Don't just say, "I am calm." Breathe, pause, and feel calmness radiating from your chest. Let your nervous system taste the frequency. Emotion is the bridge between thought and embodiment. It turns dry language into energetic command. Quantum affirmations also become exponentially more effective when you pair them with movement. Stand tall, walk, gesture. Move your body as you speak. This activates your whole neuromuscular system, embedding the belief more deeply. It also overrides the static state of fear, anxiety, or fatigue. You're not just telling your body a new truth, you're showing it. Here's a practice. Each morning, choose 3 affirmations that align with who you're becoming. Don't pick from a generic list. Create them. Tune into what your future self believes and borrow those lines. Say them aloud, with energy, emotion, and presence. Repeat them until they feel less like hope and more like recognition. Let's talk about identity stacking. Every time you speak an affirmation, you're stacking a new layer of identity. But the trick is consistency. One empowered moment doesn't override decades of old programming, unless you repeat it enough times to become your new default. That's why the power of quantum affirmations lies in rhythm. Daily, morning and night, after key actions, during micro-decisions. You're not trying to believe. You're reconditioning belief into muscle memory. Pair affirmations with anchors. Link them to habits you already have, like brushing your teeth, tying your shoes, or pouring coffee. Whisper your affirmations then. This keeps the signal consistent. Every repetition sends another pulse into the field, telling the quantum universe, "This is who I am now." But here's the twist. The quantum model allows you to affirm more than just outcomes. You can affirm states, values, and realities. For example, I choose clarity over confusion. I create from joy. I rise, even when it's hard. These are not just positive sayings. They are alignment commands. Each one sharpens your identity, and in turn sharpens your reality. Let's go even deeper. Affirm out loud in the mirror. Look yourself in the eye and speak. This activates not only your voice, but your mirror neurons. It increases self-recognition, strengthens the link between language and self-image, and makes the affirmation land faster. It may feel awkward at first. That's normal. Awkwardness is the gateway to reprogramming. Keep going. Now, a powerful upgrade. Record your affirmations in your own voice. Play them back while walking, working out, or even falling asleep. This taps into your subconscious, embedding the message during passive brain states. Your voice becomes the sound of your future self, guiding you back into alignment all day long. Use affirmations not just to build self-belief, but to interrupt sabotage. In moments of doubt, anxiety, or reactivity, pause and say, I am safe in this moment. I return to presence. I choose differently now. These short, emotionally grounded phrases can snap you out of unconscious patterns and restore coherence instantly. You're no longer just affirming what you wish, you're affirming what you are becoming. The field is listening. Your body is listening. Your actions will start to follow. And when your beliefs and behaviors align, the quantum universe cannot help but reflect that back to you. Let's make it tangible. Today, write down 3 affirmations that resonate with the version of you who already lives your vision. Keep them short. Keep them vivid. Speak them aloud. Feel them. Repeat daily. Track how they change your actions, your posture, your energy, and soon your results. You've now unlocked the true power of affirmations, not as fluff, but as a technology. A tool to overwrite limitation. A code to install new reality. But if affirmations are your new operating system, then mindfulness is your navigation tool. In the next chapter, you'll learn how to wield awareness as a quantum superpower, guiding every thought, reaction, and response with clarity and precision. It's time to step fully into the role of conscious creator. You've learned to affirm your identity. You've begun to speak reality into form. But even the most powerful affirmations, the most refined habits, and the clearest intentions will drift off course. Unless they're guided by one thing: awareness. Mindfulness is not about becoming a calm observer on a meditation cushion. In the context of quantum self-improvement, mindfulness is your ultimate steering wheel. It's how you catch old programming mid-cycle. It's how you redirect attention in real time. It's the skill that transforms raw input into deliberate creation. And in this age, where distraction, reactivity, and emotional hijack are the default, mindfulness isn't optional. It's a superpower. Let's define it clearly. Mindfulness is the moment-to-moment awareness of what you're thinking, feeling, sensing, and doing without judgment. It's the ability to witness your internal state as it's happening, and then make a conscious choice. That's what gives it its quantum power. Because once you become aware of a thought, it no longer runs your programming. You can choose again. In quantum terms, mindfulness gives you access to the observer effect. The moment you observe a pattern without reacting to it, you begin to change it. You collapse it. Just like watching a particle affects its behavior, watching your thoughts alters their trajectory. You shift from being inside the habit to becoming the observer of the habit. And from there, you gain leverage. Let's go deeper. Every habit you've ever built, mental, emotional, or behavioral, has a neural pathway. These circuits run fast and automatically. But the moment you bring them into conscious awareness, their grip loosens. The electrical charge weakens. The pattern becomes malleable, changeable. You've interrupted the autopilot, and now you get to choose. Do I reinforce this or replace it? Here's an example. You notice you're reaching for your phone again. Instead of labeling it bad or pushing it away, you simply watch the urge arise. You feel the energy of it. You don't feed it. You breathe. You ask, what am I really needing right now? That micro-moment of awareness has more power than an hour of forced willpower. Because now you're operating from choice. Mindfulness isn't about forcing stillness. It's about creating a gap between stimulus and response. That gap is where freedom lives. It's where you install new reactions, more aligned behaviors, and clearer thoughts. Without that gap, you are a slave to old inputs. But with it, you're the conductor of your quantum field. Let's bring this into practice. Start with simple observation. Right now, become aware of your breath. Not changing it, just noticing it. Feel your body sitting or standing. Sense any tension. Now watch your thoughts. What are you thinking about right now? See if you can label the thought without diving into it. Planning, judging, doubting. Just label and let it go. This is mindfulness in motion. Now carry that practice into your day. As you go about your work, your conversations, your movement, begin to narrate your awareness silently. Now I'm walking. Now I'm choosing to speak calmly. Now I feel anxiety rising. You're not reacting, you're observing. And in that observation, you take your power back. Mindfulness is also emotional intelligence in real time. The ability to pause and name what you're feeling shifts your nervous system out of reactivity. The amygdala calms. The prefrontal cortex activates. You go from fight or flight to choice and create. Naming your emotions literally reduces their power over you. Try it next time you feel overwhelmed. Say to yourself, "This is frustration. This is doubt." Then breathe. Watch the energy begin to soften. In quantum practice, mindfulness is the interface between energy and matter. It's what keeps your thoughts aligned with your frequency. It's how you detect when you're slipping into old timelines, old identities, old stories, and how you redirect into the present. Mindfulness collapses the illusion of the past. It brings your power fully back to now. And the now is where all change begins. You can deepen this skill by creating mindfulness triggers throughout your day. Let every door you walk through become a cue to take one conscious breath. Let every time you check your phone be a reminder to check your energy. These micropauses may seem small, but they ripple. They repattern your nervous system. They build coherence into your ordinary moments. Use mindfulness not just in stillness, but in movement. Walk mindfully, speak mindfully, eat mindfully. Feel the texture of your life without rushing past it. The more present you become to what's already here, the more you begin to notice quantum signals, synchronicities, intuitive nudges, energetic shifts. Most people miss them because they're distracted. But you're tuning in. Now here's the upgrade. Practice meta-awareness. That's awareness of awareness. Notice not just what you're thinking, but who's doing the thinking. This perspective opens a new dimension of power. You're no longer inside the storm, you're watching the sky. You're not the emotion, you're the presence holding it. From that place, everything is possible. And here's a reminder. Mindfulness is not about perfection. You will drift. You'll get pulled into stories, habits, moods. That's okay. The goal is not to never lose awareness. The goal is to return. Faster, more gently, more often. Each return is a victory. Each moment of presence compounds. This is how awareness becomes not a practice, but a baseline. Let's anchor this in your routine. Start your morning with 60 seconds of pure observation, body, breath, sound, thought. Do the same at night. Place a reminder on your phone that simply says, pause, breathe, watch. Track how your choices, your emotions, and your energy shift across the day. Awareness is your alignment tool. Use it like a pro. You've now activated mindfulness as a superpower, not just as calmness, but as your real-time recalibration tool. And when paired with everything you've learned, affirmations, flow, identity, intention, it becomes the glue, the link that holds your quantum transformation in place. But we're not finished. If awareness is your internal guide, then fuel is your physical amplifier. In the next chapter, we shift into quantum nutrition and biohacking, where the body becomes the vessel for even greater coherence, clarity, and energy. Get ready to eat, move, and fuel like a future self already living your next level. Now that you've activated mindfulness as your internal compass, guiding thoughts, emotions, and energy in real time, it's time to power up the vessel that carries it all, your body. You're not just a consciousness floating in space. You are a quantum biological system, an electric, chemical, and vibrational being. Everything you think, feel, and focus on is filtered through the physical structure of your body. If that structure is misaligned, sluggish, or inflamed, your growth slows down. But when it's optimized, everything accelerates. This is where quantum nutrition and biohacking come into play. It's time to treat your body not just as a vehicle, but as the technology of your evolution. Let's begin with a core principle: food is frequency. Every bite you take either amplifies or distorts your energetic signal. Whole, nutrient-dense foods carry coherent vibrations, living energy that supports cell regeneration, hormonal balance, and cognitive clarity. Processed, synthetic, and high-sugar foods, they fragment your field, spike your system, and block flow. You can't create high-frequency thoughts with low-frequency fuel. Quantum self-improvement means becoming a conscious eater, not in the diet culture sense, but in the energetic sense. When you choose foods based on how they make you feel, not just how they taste, you begin to build a new relationship with nourishment. Pay attention after meals. Do you feel expanded or contracted? Alert or foggy? Energized or drained? Your body is always giving you feedback. Listen, adjust, realign. Let's simplify. Focus on foods that are close to their natural state. Greens, berries, nuts, seeds, clean proteins, and healthy fats. Hydrate deeply with clean water, not just coffee or juice. Add herbs, minerals, and adaptogens that regulate stress, support the nervous system, and stabilize blood sugar. Think of your plate as a control panel. Every item either boosts your clarity or clouds your signal. And timing matters. Quantum biology shows that when you eat is just as important as what you eat. Your body follows a circadian rhythm. Light, temperature, digestion, and hormones all dance to this natural clock. Eating late at night scrambles that rhythm. Skipping sunlight first thing in the morning delays metabolic function. So, if you want to sharpen your energy field, align your meals with your body's natural cycles. Eat with the sun. Rest with the dark. Now let's move into biohacking, the art of consciously optimizing your biology with strategic tools, routines, and interventions. But in the quantum context, biohacking isn't just tech gadgets and cold showers. It's about creating coherence between body systems, nervous, endocrine, immune, digestive, so that your energy flows without resistance. Here are a few powerful upgrades. First, morning light exposure. Within the first 30 minutes of waking, step outside. Let sunlight hit your eyes and skin. This resets your circadian rhythm, boosts cortisol appropriately, and increases dopamine, all critical for motivation and mental clarity. Even 5 minutes makes a difference. This is quantum alignment with nature's rhythm. Second, cold therapy. A quick cold shower or ice exposure activates your vagus nerve, trains your body to handle stress, and improves circulation. You don't need to suffer. Just 30 seconds of cold water can sharpen your mind, elevate mood, and boost immunity. It's not torture. It's transformation. Third, movement as energy flow. Exercise isn't just about calories. It's about circulation. Moving your body pumps lymph, delivers oxygen, releases endorphins, and clears stagnation. Whether it's weightlifting, dancing, yoga, or walking, your energy field depends on physical motion. Stuck body equals stuck emotion. Move daily to stay fluid. Now, let's talk about supplementation, smart, not excessive. Blood tests and data can help you target deficiencies, but even without that, you can focus on the essentials. Magnesium for stress regulation, omega-3s for brain health, vitamin D for immunity and mood, and B-complex for energy. Always quality over quantity. Supplements aren't shortcuts. They're tools to restore balance where modern food falls short. Sleep is part of this conversation, but it deserves its own deep dive, which you'll get in the next chapter. For now, know this. No amount of food, sunlight, or meditation can replace the regenerative power of proper rest. Biohacking without sleep is like building a house on sand. You need deep, uninterrupted sleep for memory, hormones, repair, and intuition. And here's something overlooked: digital nutrition. What you consume with your eyes and ears affects your frequency just as much as what you put on your plate. Overexposure to negative news, mindless scrolling, or chaotic environments scrambles your nervous system and fragments your attention. Just like food, ask yourself, is this input nourishing me or draining me? Let's go one step deeper. Intentional eating. Before each meal, pause. Breathe. Feel gratitude not as a ritual but as a signal. This activates your parasympathetic system, aids digestion, and aligns your energy with the food. When you eat in stress, you absorb less. When you eat in gratitude, you unlock the full quantum value of the nourishment. And this isn't about perfection. It's not about green smoothies and guilt. It's about pattern awareness. When you notice the loop, I eat junk when I'm stressed, or I skip meals when I'm anxious, you bring it into the light. Then you can rewrite it, replace it, feed your future self instead of your old identity. Here's your challenge. For the next 7 days, track not just what you eat, but how you feel after. Rate your clarity, your energy, your mood. Adjust accordingly. Add one intentional upgrade like morning light, hydration, or mindful chewing. Small tweaks, big shifts. Your body will thank you, and your mind will follow. You've now begun the process of treating your body like a quantum asset, one that amplifies your thoughts, stabilizes your emotions, and anchors your highest frequency. And as you continue building this mind-body coherence, there's one more dimension that transforms your inner world each night: your sleep. Next, you'll unlock the secrets of the quantum dream state, where subconscious rewiring, emotional processing, and intuitive downloads unfold while you rest. It's not just rest. It's nightly evolution. Let's access the hidden workshop of your becoming. Your body is now tuned. Your nutrition refined. Your energy field is clearer, stronger, more aligned. But no matter how clean your routines are, if you neglect one final pillar, your quantum self-improvement will remain incomplete. That pillar is sleep. Not just rest. Not just recovery. Sleep is your nightly reset, your subconscious data integration center, and your portal to quantum reprogramming. Each time you close your eyes, you enter a space beyond logic and effort. A space where your identity is updated, your brain is rewired, and your energy field is recalibrated. You don't just grow when you're awake. You evolve when you sleep. Let's start with the basics. Sleep is not passive. It's an active, dynamic sequence of cycles. Light sleep, deep sleep, REM. Each one has a specific function. Deep sleep repairs the body. REM sleep reorganizes the mind. In REM, your brain becomes highly active, even more than when you're awake. Emotions are processed. Memories are consolidated. New connections are formed. You're dreaming, and more is happening than you think. In this dream state, you're untethered from linear time. You're not limited by conscious resistance. And this is why sleep becomes the perfect workshop for quantum change. Your identity is more malleable. Your subconscious is more receptive. You're not trying to change, you're being updated at the source code level. Here's the key. What happens before sleep determines what happens during sleep. The thoughts, emotions, and frequencies you bring into your rest cycle don't disappear when the lights go out. They get embedded, encoded, and replayed. So if you go to sleep stressed, anxious, or looping in negative thought, your dreams reflect that. Your subconscious rehearses the tension. But if you go to sleep clear, aligned, and intentional, the entire night becomes fertile ground for transformation. Let's make this practical. First, regulate your body before bed. Avoid screens, bright light, and heavy stimulation in the last hour. Blue light suppresses melatonin. Noise and information keep your system alert. Instead, dim the lights, lower the temperature, breathe slowly. This signals your nervous system to shift into parasympathetic mode. Rest, digest, repair. You're entering the quantum chamber of healing. Next, use the transition before sleep for quantum priming. This is the golden window. Your brain is entering a theta state, like a bridge between conscious and unconscious. In this state, suggestions go deep. So instead of falling asleep to autopilot thoughts, use this window to install a new reality. Speak or silently repeat affirmations. Visualize the version of you you're becoming. Feel the emotion of already living it. This primes your subconscious to build the blueprint while you sleep. You can also ask quantum questions before bed. Questions like, what do I need to release tonight to grow? What insight is ready to emerge in my dreams? What version of me will wake up tomorrow? These aren't logical questions. You're not looking for instant answers. You're handing them over to the deeper layers of mind to process, decode, and deliver when the time is right. Often, insights arrive in the morning. You'll feel different. You'll just know something has shifted. Now let's talk about dreams. These aren't just random brain noise. They're symbolic, energetic, and emotionally charged messages from the subconscious. In the quantum model, dreams are your mind interacting with possibility fields, testing identities, healing memories, experimenting with new frequencies. You might dream of flying, failing, loving, running, each one a coded reflection of your internal energy. You don't have to analyze every dream. Just start writing them down. The act of remembering and recording trains your brain to value them. Over time, patterns emerge. You begin to see themes. You gain access to the inner story that runs your outer life. And from that awareness, you gain the power to shift it. Advanced practice, lucid dreaming. This is when you become aware you're dreaming, and sometimes even take control. In lucid dreams, your subconscious is awake. The veil between intention and reality disappears. You can ask questions, rehearse skills, explore identities. Some use it to accelerate healing, others to gain insight. The point is, your mind is still growing, learning, expanding, even as your body rests. And here's what ties it all together: consistency. Your circadian rhythm is not just about sleep. It governs your hormones, focus, immune system, even your mood. Irregular sleep times weaken your energy field. Late nights confuse your biology. So if you want to amplify your quantum journey, honor the rhythm. Go to bed and wake up around the same time, even on weekends. Keep the signal steady. Your system thrives on rhythm. Let's anchor this in a simple nightly protocol. 1 hour before sleep, disconnect from screens. 30 minutes before, stretch or breathe. 10 minutes before, visualize, affirm, ask. Then, surrender. Trust your subconscious to do its work. You've planted the seed. Now let the night do the growing. And when you wake, don't rush. Don't grab your phone. Instead, pause. Recall your dreams. Feel your body. Ask, what frequency am I carrying forward today? Write down one insight, even if it's small. This carries the energy of the night into your waking life. You're not starting over. You're continuing the evolution. You are not the same person who went to sleep. You've been updated, repaired, realigned. This is the hidden power of sleep. When you optimize this nightly cycle, every other area of your life accelerates. You recover faster. You think clearer. You become who you've been affirming, not just by effort, but through effortless transformation. So here's your invitation. Treat your sleep like a sacred practice. Your most powerful 8 hours are the ones you're not awake for. That's when your future self begins to take root. That's when the field receives your clearest frequency. That's when you stop trying and start becoming. You've now unlocked the secret to nighttime transformation. But what if your growth could go even deeper, beyond habits, beyond thoughts, beyond even sleep, into your very biology? In the next chapter, we'll explore the emerging science of epigenetics and quantum DNA. Get ready to learn how your daily choices may be switching your genes on or off, and how you may be more in control of your biological destiny than ever believed possible. You've optimized your fuel, aligned your mind, and activated the quantum engine of sleep. But now, you're about to learn something that might completely reframe how you see your body, your identity, and your potential. You are not a prisoner of your DNA. For decades, we were taught that genes are fixed, that your health, behavior, and lifespan were largely predetermined by the genetic code you inherited. But emerging research in epigenetics reveals a new truth. Your genes are not your destiny. Your environment, beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and behaviors influence which genes turn on and which remain silent. You are not just reading your genes. You are constantly writing instructions for them through your choices, your thoughts, and your energy field. Let's get clear. Epigenetics is the study of how gene expression changes without altering the DNA sequence itself. Think of your DNA as a piano. Your genes are the keys. Epigenetics is the sheet music. It determines which keys get played, when, and how often. The music of your life is not dictated by the piano, but by the pianist. That pianist is you. Now add the quantum lens. Every thought, every emotion, every frequency you hold sends signals through your nervous system, your hormones, and your cellular environment. These signals create biochemical cascades, rippling into your cells, where they influence gene activity. In real terms, this means your stress, your joy, your purpose, your coherence all affect your biology at the genetic level. This is not theory. This is science. Studies show that meditation alters the expression of hundreds of genes in a single session. Gratitude reduces inflammation markers. Optimism strengthens immune response. Trauma, if unprocessed, can silence healthy genes and activate harmful ones. But awareness, intention, and emotional healing, they can reverse that programming. You are not static. You are not trapped. You are dynamic, adaptable, and deeply influential over your own biology. Let's make this practical. Start with awareness. What state are you living in most often? Chronic stress or internal safety? Anxiety or intention? Survival or creation? Your emotional state is your biochemical signature. The longer you stay in a low-frequency state, the more your cells adapt to it. They begin coding for inflammation, aging, and dysfunction. But when you shift into higher states, calm, clarity, gratitude, awe, your internal environment changes. Your cells listen. They follow your lead. Next, movement and breath. Exercise isn't just about fitness, it triggers beneficial genetic responses. It tells your body to build muscle, burn fat, release endorphins, and enhance brain plasticity. Even gentle daily movement sends powerful genetic signals. The same goes for conscious breathing. Slow, diaphragmatic breath can influence genes linked to blood pressure, cortisol, and immune response. Simple inputs, massive downstream effects. Nutrition also matters. Certain foods and micronutrients, like sulforaphane from broccoli, curcumin from turmeric, or polyphenol from berries, directly interact with your gene expression. They activate detoxification pathways. They reduce oxidative stress. You're not just feeding your body. You're signaling your DNA to adapt and repair. But here's where quantum intention amplifies it all. When you align these actions with conscious awareness, their effects multiply. A mindful breath is not the same as an automatic one. A meal eaten in gratitude programs your biology differently than one eaten in stress. Your state is the amplifier. That's what turns good habits into genetic instructions. Let's go even deeper. Epigenetic influence doesn't just affect you, it may ripple into future generations. Studies show that trauma, diet, and lifestyle choices can alter epigenetic markers passed from parent to child. But so can healing. So can coherence. Your growth today may rewrite the biological future of your lineage. You are not just healing for yourself. You may be repairing ancestral codes. This is where your inner work becomes legacy. Let's explore identity-based signaling. When you repeatedly affirm, I am strong, I am calm, I am clear, you're not just training your mind, you're influencing what your body expects of itself. Identity shifts lead to biochemical changes. Your cells tune themselves to match the vibration of who you believe you are. This is quantum epigenetics in motion. Belief becomes biology. So how do you begin activating this? With daily epigenetic rituals. Start your day with breath and intention. Anchor into a clear emotional frequency, like gratitude, calm, or enthusiasm. This becomes your cellular tone for the day. Eat with awareness. Focus on foods that lower inflammation and support regeneration. Don't just eat to fuel, eat to signal. Move with presence. Stretch, walk, or train not out of force, but as a message. I am resilient. I am responsive. I am evolving. Reflect at night. Ask, what state did I live in today? Adjust. Forgive. Recenter. Let sleep seal the shift. These micro-actions build macro change. Bit by bit, you're instructing your biology to match your intention. And remember, this isn't about controlling every gene. It's about empowering your influence. You are in dialogue with your DNA, not just through food and movement, but through thought, feeling, and energetic alignment. The deeper your coherence, the more your cells follow your lead. You are not just rewiring your mind. You are rewriting your biological blueprint. So here's your challenge. For the next 7 days, live as if your genes are listening, because they are. Choose one state to embody, one feeling to practice, one belief to reinforce. Track your energy, your focus, your clarity. Observe the shifts. This is you becoming the architect of your own expression. You've now unlocked one of the most profound truths in personal growth, that your evolution is not bound by biology. It's guided by it. When you treat your genes as responsive partners, rather than fixed scripts, you step into a new level of power. But what if you could go even further? What if the information you've gathered across this journey could now become transformation, automated, effortless, and embodied? Next, you'll learn how to convert insight into lasting identity upgrades. Using the quantum science of learning, memory, and permanent change. Get ready to cross the threshold from knowing to becoming. You've absorbed an extraordinary amount of insight, quantum identity, neuroplasticity, mind-body coherence, emotional frequency, even epigenetic self-upgrades. But here's the reality: if these ideas stay in your mind, untouched by your behavior, they'll fade. Knowledge alone doesn't transform you. Application does. You're about to learn how to turn raw insight into embodied identity, to go beyond learning, beyond understanding, into transformation, and to do it using the same principles that govern energy, frequency, and the quantum field. Let's start with a fundamental truth. Your brain and nervous system were not designed just to collect facts. They're designed to adapt to what you engage with, meaning, the ideas you repeatedly think about, emotionally invest in, and act on, those are the ones your body takes seriously. Those are the ones that stick. In other words, learning is not intellectual. It's electrical. It's emotional. It's embodied. Every time you think a new thought, a neural connection forms. If you repeat it, that connection strengthens. If you combine it with emotion, the brain flags it as important. And if you act on it, the brain encodes it into your motor system, into your doing, not just your knowing. That's how transformation happens. Not all at once, but through reinforced experience. This is what quantum learning is all about. Not memorization, not more content, but the strategic conversion of information into frequency, behavior, and identity. You don't become different by understanding energy. You become different by living at a new frequency over and over until your system recognizes it as your new baseline. Let's break this down. Step 1. Emotional encoding. Every piece of information must be tied to a feeling. Don't just remember the principle, feel what it means to you. When you hear, your thoughts collapse potential into reality, ask, what did that feel like the last time it happened in my life? When you associate new knowledge with lived emotion, it roots itself deeply into your subconscious. Step 2. Immediate microaction. This is where most growth stalls. People consume content, feel inspired, then wait. Waiting collapses momentum. To transform, you must link insight to action immediately. When you learn something powerful, ask, what's one thing I can do right now to align with this truth? It doesn't have to be big. If you learn about identity upgrades, write one new affirmation. If you learn about presence, take one conscious breath. The scale doesn't matter. The signal does. Your body needs to see that this idea matters enough to move on. That's how it becomes embodied. Step 3. Repetition with variation. Transformation requires repetition, but not robotic, lifeless loops. It requires repeated engagement with subtle shifts, like lifting weights with different grips or practicing a piano scale in a new key. If you've practiced gratitude by journaling, try speaking it aloud. If you've visualized your future self, try acting from that version in a conversation. Each new angle deepens the wiring. Your nervous system begins to trust this identity. It's no longer a theory. It's a way of being. Step 4. Social reinforcement. Surround yourself with people who speak the same frequency. When you share your growth, your vision, or your new behaviors with others, you create accountability. Not in the sense of pressure, but in resonance. You become a tuning fork for your future self. And the people around you either amplify it or resist it. Be intentional. Seek environments that reflect your next level, not your old one. Energy is contagious. So is identity. Let your circle support your shift. Step 5. Anchor learning with reflection. Every day ask yourself, what did I learn today? What did I live today? How did I align with who I'm becoming? This closes the loop. Reflection tells the brain, that mattered. That counted. You're not just experiencing change. You're recognizing it. And recognition is what locks transformation in place. Here's what this looks like in your real life. You don't just read about quantum focus, you block out 20 minutes for single-tasked action, and you feel the shift in your attention. You don't just listen to affirmations. You say them out loud, with breath, posture, and clarity, while walking in the morning light. You don't just think about emotional frequency. You pause mid-conversation, breathe, and reset your tone from defensiveness to presence. Each time you do this, you tell the field, this is who I am now. And the field listens. The biology listens. The results begin to match the identity. Now, let's address something crucial. Integration doesn't require perfection. You will fall out of alignment. You will forget some days. You'll catch yourself slipping into old timelines. That's not failure. That's feedback. The power lies not in never slipping, but in how quickly you return. With compassion, with clarity, with presence. That return is the muscle of transformation. It's how information becomes identity. And here's something powerful. The more you practice these returns, the faster they happen. What used to take a month to correct now takes a moment. What used to feel like a breakdown now becomes a breakthrough. You've trained your mind. You've aligned your body. You've opened your field. You are no longer just a student of growth. You are now becoming its source. So here's your challenge for the coming days. Choose one idea you've learned across this journey. Write it down. Then list 3 ways you will apply it in your real life. 1 action, 1 habit, 1 way of being. Then do them consistently for 7 days. Track how it feels. Track what changes in your energy, your outcomes, your state. Because when you go from knowing to doing to being, that's when your life changes at the quantum level. You've now learned the path from inspiration to embodiment. But the final stage is the most exciting of all. It's where everything you've practiced, focus, emotion, intention, identity, comes together into a new kind of creation. Next, we explore how to manifest the impossible using all the quantum tools you've gathered. It's time to stop hoping and start engineering the outcomes you were once afraid to even speak aloud. You've rewired your thoughts. You've activated emotion as a tool. You've aligned your body, tuned your field, and brought coherence to every layer of your being. You now understand the mechanics of quantum change, how identity, energy, focus, and choice collapse reality into form. And now you're ready for the most radical shift of all. Creation, not passive waiting, not hopeful wishing, but conscious manifestation, activating the full stack of your mental, emotional, biological, and energetic power to shape reality in real time. Let's begin with one truth. Your current life is not a reflection of your potential. It's a reflection of your patterns, what you've believed, focused on, and emotionally rehearsed long enough to solidify into form. That's it. Reality is not fixed. It is programmable. And the field is not responding to what you say you want. It responds to who you are, to the frequency you embody. That means the impossible becomes possible the moment your internal state no longer contradicts the outcome you desire. Here's how real quantum manifestation works. It starts with a clear signal. You must get precise about the reality you're choosing to create. Not vague, not wishy-washy, but vivid, tangible, felt in the body. What does it look like? How do you feel in that version of your life? What beliefs live in that version of you? What actions are natural there? This isn't fantasy. It's alignment. You're not chasing an outcome. You're aligning with a timeline that already exists in the quantum field, and syncing your internal frequency to match it. Next comes the most misunderstood step: letting go of how. The quantum field doesn't need your logic. It needs your alignment. When you obsess over how it's going to happen, you lower your frequency into fear and control. You begin to push instead of attract. The right people, moments, insights, and resources don't appear through force. They appear through coherence. You become a magnet, not because you're lucky, but because your field becomes too strong to ignore. Now comes the heart of the process: emotional congruence. Every day, you must feel the reality you are choosing as if it already exists. Not pretending, not hoping, feeling. If your desire is freedom, practice the feeling of freedom now. If your desire is abundance, create the frequency of abundance now. If your desire is love, anchor the energy of being loved now. When your emotions match your vision, the field responds. Your nervous system rewires. Your actions align. The impossible begins to organize itself around you. But you must sustain the signal. One powerful visualization won't override years of emotional conditioning. That's why daily embodiment matters. Quantum creation isn't just visual. It's behavioral. You act as your future self. You walk differently, speak differently, think with more clarity, choose with more boldness. This isn't fake it till you make it. This is be it until it reflects back to you. Let's make this real. Start by choosing one desire that feels just out of reach. Something your old identity said was too much or not realistic. Now write a statement of already being. For example, I am living in full alignment with purpose and prosperity. I am attracting relationships that reflect my highest truth. I am a source of healing, clarity, and magnetic abundance. Speak it, visualize it, feel it in your chest, your breath, your spine. Notice any part of you that resists and stay with it. That resistance is your old self collapsing. And here's the quantum secret. Your job is not to manifest the outcome. Your job is to maintain the state of already having it. When that emotional signature becomes stable, reality must catch up. Circumstances bend. Time warps. People appear. Resources arrive. Because you've shifted timelines not through hustle, but through frequency fidelity. Now let's talk about signs and synchronicity. When you're in alignment, the field begins to speak back. Unexpected invitations, repeating numbers, sudden clarity, dreams that feel like messages. These aren't coincidences. They're confirmations. Glitches in the old matrix as the new one emerges. Don't obsess, but pay attention. The universe is always broadcasting. You're just now finally tuned in. Here's another layer. Obstacles aren't opposites. They're integrations. Sometimes, as you step into new identity, the old one fights back. Fear shows up. People question you. The money dips. Your motivation flickers. This doesn't mean you're off path. It means you're shedding what no longer matches your chosen frequency. This is where most give up, right before the shift stabilizes. But now you know better. You hold the signal. You stay steady. And the field responds. Remember, this is not magic. This is mechanics. Your thoughts create patterns. Your emotions energize them. Your actions materialize them. This is quantum causality in motion. So let's install a 3-minute manifestation routine. Anchor the vision, one clear image of your desired reality. Activate the feeling. Breathe into the emotion of already living it. Align the identity. Ask, what does this version of me do next? then act. Small step, clear intention, high frequency, repeat daily. Let this become your new standard. And yes, doubt will show up. That's okay. When it does, observe it, breathe, then choose to return. Doubt doesn't disprove the process. It reveals where old energy is still being released. Use it as fuel. Use it as contrast. Use it as proof that you're stepping into a reality your old self never dared to claim. You are now practicing quantum creation. You've moved beyond the seeker. You've stopped outsourcing your power. You're living from within, projecting outward, and watching the world reorganize accordingly. This is manifestation not as wishful thinking, but as energetic authorship. And it's just the beginning, because even as you learn to create your reality, life will still offer you resistance, delays, moments that feel like detours. So how do you maintain momentum when the universe seems to say no? Next, we'll explore the final calibration, quantum resilience. You'll discover how to turn every challenge into fuel, every failure into feedback, every test into transformation, because creation isn't just about what you call in. It's about how you respond when it doesn't arrive yet. You've just stepped into the most empowered state of being, the creator. You've learned how to hold your signal, anchor your future self, and manifest outcomes that once felt impossible. But now comes the moment every creator meets. The signal doesn't seem to work. The money stalls. The people vanish. The energy drops. You feel like you did everything right. So why is nothing moving? This chapter holds the answer, because the quantum field never actually says no. It only says one of three things: not this, not yet, not from that version of you. And understanding this subtle difference is the key to your next level of evolution. Let's get clear, resistance is not punishment. It's calibration. The moment you stretch into a new identity, the universe tests the stability of your signal, not to crush you, but to strengthen you. If your new self collapses the moment results don't arrive, then it wasn't real yet. It was fragile, external. But if you hold your state even when reality lags behind, that's when embodiment deepens. That's when your transformation becomes unshakable. This is quantum resilience, not bouncing back, bouncing forward, not just surviving the delay, but using it as fuel to become even more precise, clear, and congruent. Let's break down what's really happening when it feels like the universe is resisting you. First, you're likely encountering energetic mismatch. You may be asking for a new outcome, while still emotionally rehearsing the old one. You visualize wealth but act from fear. You affirm love but expect rejection. You speak possibility but feel undeserving. The field mirrors your dominant frequency, not your words, not your wants. So resistance becomes feedback, a call to refine, not abandon, your alignment. Second, the universe might be preparing a better timeline. Sometimes the thing you asked for is too small, too soon, too misaligned. You wanted the job, but a business is coming. You chased the person, but the partner is ahead. You forced the launch, but your true genius wasn't ready. What looks like a block may be a pivot, a redirection, a delay not to deny you but to prepare you. The waiting isn't a waste. It's an upgrade. Third, you may be facing emotional residue, old beliefs that still need clearing. Unintegrated wounds still signaling fear. You're trying to manifest from your future self, but you haven't yet grieved your past. The universe doesn't respond to fake positivity. It responds to wholeness. That means sometimes the delay is an invitation to go deeper. Not harder, not faster, but wiser. So how do you build quantum resilience? Start here. Anchor your identity without external proof. Can you still feel powerful before the results? Can you still choose love before it's reciprocated? Can you still act like your future self when the world is silent? This is the test, and also the reward, because when your internal state becomes unshakable, your external world must catch up. That's law. That's frequency. That's quantum mechanics in action. Next, create a pattern interruption. If you notice you're spiraling, into doubt, scarcity, or frustration. Pause. Breathe. Speak to yourself in new language. This is contrast, not collapse. I'm not being punished. I'm being refined. Resistance is here to reveal where my alignment needs depth. Language shifts perception, and perception shifts reality. Then shift from outcome obsession to state devotion. Instead of asking, when will it happen? Ask, what can I become right now? Because the version of you who already lives your desire doesn't wait. They create, they love, they give, they breathe fully into this moment. If you want reality to match your intention, embody that energy even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. That's the signal the field responds to most. Also, track your evidence differently. Most people measure progress by what they see, but quantum creators measure it by how they feel. Did I stay calm when things didn't go as planned? Did I speak truth even when I felt uncertain? Did I return to alignment faster than last time? Those are your metrics. Those are your breakthroughs. That's the kind of growth that builds irreversible change. Now here's a powerful practice. Create a when it's hard protocol. Write down 3 reminders you'll return to the next time resistance shows up. Something like, my delay is sacred preparation. This discomfort is old energy being cleared. I don't chase, I calibrate. When resistance hits, don't think. Read them. Feel them. Move your body. Reclaim your signal. You're not stuck. You're being strengthened. Let's go one level deeper. There's a reason the universe tests you right before the breakthrough. Because the moment you truly don't need it to happen, you've become the person for whom it must. That's the paradox. Detachment is not indifference. It's energetic freedom. It's the knowing that you're whole, even while expanding. It's the maturity to stay in joy while the details unfold. And that is when the field begins to bend. So here's your challenge. Over the next few days, anytime something doesn't go your way, pause and reframe it as calibration. Say, this moment is refining me. Then ask, what frequency am I being invited to hold? Act from that, not from panic, not from scarcity, from signal. That's quantum resilience in motion. You've now learned how to hold your power when the path isn't smooth. You no longer need perfect circumstances to remain aligned. You are the creator, even when it's dark, even when it's slow, even when it hurts. That's real mastery. But what if there's a level of creation that doesn't involve force at all? What if the next level is not holding tighter, but letting go? Next, you'll discover the quantum paradox of surrender, why true power may not come from doing more, but from releasing control entirely. And letting your highest timeline flow through you, not from you. This is the edge of manifestation, and it's where the most extraordinary shifts begin. You've just stepped into the most empowered state of being, the creator. You've learned how to hold your signal, anchor your future self, and manifest outcomes that once felt impossible. But now comes the moment every creator meets. The signal doesn't seem to work. The money stalls. The people vanish. The energy drops. You feel like you did everything right. So why is nothing moving? This chapter holds the answer. Because the quantum field never actually says no. It only says one of 3 things. Not this, not yet, not from that version of you. And understanding this subtle difference is the key to your next level of evolution. Let's get clear, resistance is not punishment. It's calibration. The moment you stretch into a new identity, the universe tests the stability of your signal. Not to crush you, but to strengthen you. If your new self collapses the moment results don't arrive, then it wasn't real yet. It was fragile. External. But if you hold your state even when reality lags behind, that's when embodiment deepens. That's when your transformation becomes unshakable. This is quantum resilience. Not bouncing back, bouncing forward. Not just surviving the delay, but using it as fuel to become even more precise, clear, and congruent. Let's break down what's really happening when it feels like the universe is resisting you. First, you're likely encountering energetic mismatch. You may be asking for a new outcome, while still emotionally rehearsing the old one. You visualize wealth but act from fear. You affirm love but expect rejection. You speak possibility but feel undeserving. The field mirrors your dominant frequency. Not your words, not your wants. So resistance becomes feedback. A call to refine, not abandon, your alignment. Second, the universe might be preparing a better timeline. Sometimes the thing you asked for is too small, too soon, too misaligned. You wanted the job. But a business is coming. You chased the person. But the partner is ahead. You forced the launch. But your true genius wasn't ready. What looks like a block may be a pivot, a redirection, a delay not to deny you but to prepare you. The waiting isn't a waste. It's an upgrade. Third, you may be facing emotional residue. Old beliefs that still need clearing. Unintegrated wounds still signaling fear. You're trying to manifest from your future self. But you haven't yet grieved your past. The universe doesn't respond to fake positivity. It responds to wholeness. That means sometimes the delay is an invitation to go deeper. Not harder, not faster, but wiser. So how do you build quantum resilience? Start here. Anchor your identity without external proof. Can you still feel powerful before the results? Can you still choose love before it's reciprocated? Can you still act like your future self when the world is silent? This is the test. And also the reward. Because when your internal state becomes unshakable, your external world must catch up. That's law. That's frequency. That's quantum mechanics in action. Next, create a pattern interruption. If you notice you're spiraling into doubt, scarcity, or frustration, pause, breathe, speak to yourself in new language. This is contrast, not collapse. I'm not being punished. I'm being refined. Resistance is here to reveal where my alignment needs depth. Language shifts perception, and perception shifts reality. Then shift from outcome obsession to state devotion. Instead of asking, when will it happen? Ask, what can I become right now? Because the version of you who already lives your desire doesn't wait. They create, they love, they give, they breathe fully into this moment. If you want reality to match your intention, embody that energy even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. That's the signal the field responds to most. Also, track your evidence differently. Most people measure progress by what they see, but quantum creators measure it by how they feel. Did I stay calm when things didn't go as planned? Did I speak truth even when I felt uncertain? Did I return to alignment faster than last time? Those are your metrics. Those are your breakthroughs. That's the kind of growth that builds irreversible change. Now here's a powerful practice. Create a when it's hard protocol. Write down 3 reminders you'll return to the next time resistance shows up. Something like, my delay is sacred preparation. This discomfort is old energy being cleared. I don't chase, I calibrate. When resistance hits, don't think. Read them. Feel them. Move your body. Reclaim your signal. You're not stuck. You're being strengthened. Let's go one level deeper. There's a reason the universe tests you right before the breakthrough. Because the moment you truly don't need it to happen, you've become the person for whom it must. That's the paradox. Detachment is not indifference. It's energetic freedom. It's the knowing that you're whole, even while expanding. It's the maturity to stay in joy while the details unfold. And that is when the field begins to bend. So here's your challenge. Over the next few days, anytime something doesn't go your way, pause and reframe it as calibration. Say, this moment is refining me. Then ask, what frequency am I being invited to hold? Act from that, not from panic, not from scarcity, from signal. That's quantum resilience in motion. You've now learned how to hold your power when the path isn't smooth. You no longer need perfect circumstances to remain aligned. You are the creator, even when it's dark, even when it's slow, even when it hurts. That's real mastery. But what if there's a level of creation that doesn't involve force at all? What if the next level is not holding tighter, but letting go? Next, you'll discover the quantum paradox of surrender, why true power may not come from doing more, but from releasing control entirely. And letting your highest timeline flow through you, not from you. This is the edge of manifestation, and it's where the most extraordinary shifts begin. You've felt resistance. You've recalibrated. You've learned to stand steady when reality wobbles. Now comes a deeper initiation, the shift from creation to surrender, because real transformation doesn't just come from holding the vision. It comes from releasing your grip on how, when, and even whether it must arrive. This is the quantum paradox. The more you let go, the faster the field responds. Let's be clear, surrender is not giving up. It is not weakness. It's not abandoning your desires. Surrender is energetic maturity. It's the decision to stop trying to force outcomes and start allowing alignment. It's the release of frantic doing in favor of intentional being. It's the shift from, I must make this happen, to, I trust it is unfolding through me. When you hold tightly to an outcome, what energy do you activate? Control, fear, scarcity, desperation, and the quantum field mirrors that signal. So what do you get? More grasping, more waiting, more friction, more evidence that it's not working. But when you release the tension, when you step into trust, your frequency elevates. You stop blocking the current. You stop overthinking the next move. You create space for intelligence greater than your logic to move. Letting go is not passive. It's powerful, because you are finally aligning with the flow of the field. And in that flow, you receive faster. You notice more. You act cleaner. You access synchronicities not through effort, but through resonance. Here's the key. Surrender isn't about detaching from desire. It's detaching from needing the desire to complete you. When you believe, I'll be whole once I get the result, you emit lack. When you feel whole now, even as you move toward the desire, you become magnetic. That's the surrender upgrade. I still want it. I'm still moving toward it. But I no longer need it to validate who I am. Now the field can move. Let's explore what this looks like in real life. You've been visualizing a new opportunity, but it hasn't arrived. You've been taking action, staying focused, staying aligned. Still delay. At this point, most tighten. They double down. They overcorrect. They force. But the quantum creator does something else. They pause. They breathe. They say, I let go of how this comes. I release the timeline. I trust the version of me that already has it. Then they go take a walk, call a friend, laugh, live, and it's after that the email lands, the phone rings, the shift happens. Why? Because surrender resets your frequency to receiving mode. Let's go deeper. Surrender doesn't mean stop. It means stop controlling. It means keep your vision, keep your intention, but let the route surprise you. Let the field send what you didn't expect. Let the timeline unfold in nonlinear beauty. What shows up might be better than what you asked for, if you let it. Now, surrender also applies to inner resistance. Let go of who you used to be, the self-image that says you're not ready, the old timeline that clings to safety, the habits that scream for control. Let them go, not by pushing them away, but by seeing them, thanking them, and releasing them. That's inner surrender. The nervous system settles. The mind stops bracing. And suddenly, you're free. Letting go is also about energetic hygiene. Stop chasing people who aren't aligned. Stop holding on to outcomes that no longer feel true. Stop waiting for life to convince you it's safe to leap. Your job isn't to cling. Your job is to flow with what's real now. That's how you collapse timelines. And here's something powerful. Surrender often comes right after the deepest inner shift. You've done the work. You've visualized. You've healed. You've aligned. Now it's time to step back, to trust that what's planted will grow. You don't dig up the seed every day to check on it. You water it. You show up. You allow the process. That's surrender in action. Here's a simple daily ritual. At the end of the day, ask, what am I still gripping? Then breathe into it. Speak to it. I release the need to control. I trust the unfolding. Do this with jobs, with relationships, with outcomes. Hand them to the field, not with resignation but with readiness. You're not giving up. You're making space for what's actually meant. Letting go is an invitation to play bigger, not smaller. Because when you stop clinging to one path, the field can show you 10 more. When you stop forcing results, miracles move faster. When you stop trying to make it happen, you let it happen through you. So here's your integration challenge. Pick one area in your life where you've been gripping. Write it down. Then write this: I release the need to control this outcome. I trust that what is aligned will arrive. I choose presence over pressure. Then go live. Fully, joyfully, open. Watch how your energy shifts. Watch how life responds. Watch what begins to unfold. Not because you pushed, but because you let go. You've now unlocked the deepest kind of strength. Surrender. Not as weakness, but as wisdom. Not as giving up, but as giving over to the intelligence that's always working with you. You are no longer just the architect. You are the conduit. And through you, new realities are born. But what happens when your growth stops being about you? What if the highest level of quantum transformation comes from what you give, rather than what you get? Next, we explore quantum altruism, where personal growth becomes exponential through service, contribution, and connection. Because the fastest way to grow is to help someone else rise. You've come far. You've reprogrammed your identity. You've activated emotional coherence. You've aligned your biology, your energy, your thoughts. You've become the creator of your reality. But now comes the moment when the path turns outward. Because the ultimate power of quantum growth doesn't end with you. It expands through you. Your transformation becomes exponential. The moment you stop growing just for yourself. This is the next dimension, quantum altruism. Not just kindness, not obligation, not sacrifice, but energetic contribution, the science-backed, frequency-fueled reality that when you uplift others, you multiply your own growth. The quantum field isn't individual. It's shared. It connects all living things through a unified web of energy, attention, and emotion. That means every act of generosity, every moment of service, every ripple of upliftment affects the whole, and the whole reflects it back to you. Let's ground this in biology first. When you perform an altruistic act, your brain releases oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin, the chemicals of connection, joy, and vitality. Your heart rhythm becomes more coherent. Your immune system strengthens. Stress reduces. But more than that, your electromagnetic field becomes more powerful, more expansive. You literally radiate a stronger signal into the quantum space. And here's the twist. You don't have to try to grow anymore, because service becomes the engine. The energy you invest in others circulates back into you, amplified, purified, and often in ways you didn't expect. When you help someone unlock a truth, yours deepens. When you hold space for someone's healing, your own accelerates. When you give without attachment, you enter flow. Let's make this real. Think of a time you gave sincerely with no agenda. Maybe you offered insight. Maybe you listened fully. Maybe you supported someone's dream. What happened to your state? You didn't shrink. You expanded. You felt energized, uplifted, more aligned than before. That's quantum reciprocity in motion. The moment your attention flows outward in integrity, the field returns energy in unexpected form. Here's what this means practically. If you're stuck in your own journey, feeling low, lost, or stagnant, try this. Give, teach, support, contribute, offer presence. Not because it's noble, because it works. It moves your frequency. It activates meaning. And it reminds your nervous system that you are not alone. Let's take it deeper. Every human being you encounter is part of the same field. Your growth is not isolated. It's entangled. So when you support someone's rise, you're lifting your own mirror. You're witnessing your future self in their becoming. And by holding a higher vision for them, you validate that vision in you. This is why the most powerful teachers never stop learning, why the greatest healers keep healing themselves, and why the most awake souls remain humble, because the growth never ends, especially when it's shared. Quantum altruism doesn't mean burning out to fix others. It means overflowing from wholeness to activate theirs. So don't give from depletion. Don't serve to be needed. Serve to express fullness, to circulate energy, to become a channel of alignment, not a martyr of it. Let's talk about frequency-matched giving. This is where your service is guided not by guilt, but by resonance. You ask, where can my energy have the highest impact today? Who in my world is ready for clarity, not just comfort? How can I serve without losing myself? This is intelligent generosity. You give from groundedness, you contribute with intention, and you protect your own coherence as you uplift others. Here's a simple practice. Each morning, ask, how can I be of highest service today? Not as a to-do list, as a state. Then notice, who calls you? What conversation unfolds? What moment presents itself? Let it be spontaneous. Let it be light. Let it be real. A few words of encouragement, a silent act of support, a shared insight. That's enough, because the energy behind it is clean. You don't have to change the world. You just have to activate your corner of the field, and that corner expands with every coherent ripple you send. Now here's something powerful. When your identity becomes someone who uplifts others, not from need, but from truth, you begin to magnetize aligned people, opportunities, and timelines. Because your frequency becomes undeniable. The universe loves coherence. And service, rooted in alignment, is one of the highest frequency states you can emit. So here's your challenge. In the next 24 hours, perform one act of energetic service. Not to get something, not to check a box, but to shift your state. Could be a message, compliment, a resource, or even just listening fully without interruption. Then observe what happens to your energy, your clarity, your creativity, and your results. This is the gateway to exponential growth, because the more you give from overflow, the more you receive from the field. Not because you're manipulating it, but because you've become it. Conduit of upliftment, a frequency transmitter of truth, a living embodiment of quantum service. You've spent this journey activating every layer of your being. Now you've extended that activation outward, and what returns is multiplied, magnified, mirrored by everyone you uplift. But we're not finished, because with all the insights you've gained, it's time to bring them together, to organize the chaos, to architect your future with precision. In the next chapter, you'll integrate everything into a living, breathing quantum self roadmap. This isn't a theory, it's a lifestyle, and it's the foundation for your next leap. You've activated your mind, rewired your emotions, aligned your biology, and expanded your energy. You've released control, stepped into creation, learned how to serve from overflow. But now comes the question that determines what happens next. Will you continue to evolve, or slowly return to who you used to be? Because transformation without integration fades. But when you embed your quantum growth into a living system, it becomes permanent, sustainable, inevitable. This chapter is about exactly that. You're going to create a quantum self roadmap, a personal blueprint that bridges insight and action, vision and identity into your everyday life. Let's start with this. Integration is not about doing more. It's about structuring your energy with intention. It's about consistency, not complexity. It's about replacing randomness with resonance. So you no longer ask, what should I do? Because your quantum roadmap guides you back to the identity you've already activated. Step 1. Your identity anchor. Write one clear statement that defines your upgraded self. Not who you hope to be, not who you're working on becoming, but who you already are vibrationally. For example, I am a grounded, magnetic, and creative force of transformation. I live in daily coherence with my future self's wisdom. I embody clarity, peace, and power in every interaction. This isn't an affirmation. It's a recalibration tool. Read it daily, especially when you feel lost. Let it pull you back to signal. Step 2. Your frequency targets. Quantum growth is less about tasks and more about states. So ask yourself, what are the 3 core emotional frequencies I must live in to maintain alignment? Could be presence, certainty, gratitude, or peace, power, play. These become your state goals. Not negotiable, not occasional. They are the atmosphere of your daily reality. You don't wait to feel them. You generate them. They are the fuel for all future outcomes. Step 3. Non-negotiable practices. Choose 3 daily actions that stabilize your frequency. Just 3, not 17. Not a complex list. Examples: 10 minutes of quantum breathing or stillness each morning. Writing your future self journal entry. Speaking 1 embodiment affirmation out loud before sleep. These aren't chores. They're anchors. They hold your system in coherence. They build momentum even on chaotic days. Do them, no matter what. Step 4. Weekly self-review ritual. Growth isn't just about moving forward. It's about looking inward regularly. Once a week, block 20 minutes to ask, where did I hold my frequency this week? Where did I collapse it? What triggered old identities? What reinforced my new ones? This isn't about guilt. It's about awareness. You're not judging. You're fine-tuning. Each week you realign. Each week you upgrade. That's how evolution becomes natural. Step 5. Environmental calibration. You've changed. Now your space must reflect it. Audit your physical, digital, and social environments. Is your home arranged to support peace and creativity, or chaos and distraction? Do your apps reflect focus, or feed anxiety? Do your conversations elevate your energy, or drain it? This isn't about control. It's about coherence. Your environment should reinforce your roadmap, not resist it. Make the invisible identity visible everywhere you look. Step 6. Quantum micro-decisions. Every day you'll face dozens of small choices. What to eat, what to say, what to focus on, what to think when no one's watching. These micro-decisions determine whether you reinforce your future self or revert to the old one. So here's your rule. Pause. Ask, what would my quantum self do right now? Then choose from that answer, again and again, until that version becomes automatic. Step 7. Your collapse phrase. When resistance hits, when emotion spikes or procrastination creeps in, you need a phrase that interrupts the pattern and resets your signal. Examples: this is not my timeline anymore. I collapse this reaction and return to coherence. I am choosing from signal, not noise. Say it, feel it, breathe into it, let it clear the static. One phrase, instant realignment. Make it yours. Step 8. Contribution activation. Now that your identity is integrating, ask, how will I circulate this energy today? Could be as small as helping one person shift perspective, or as structured as creating content, mentoring, teaching, serving. The energy must move outward. That's what prevents stagnation. That's what makes your growth sustainable. Giving becomes a circuit, and that circuit powers your expansion. Step 9. Your quantum scoreboard. Each day, rate your alignment. Identity embodiment, 1 to 10. Emotional frequency, 1 to 10. Coherence of action, 1 to 10. This isn't perfectionism. It's pattern tracking. If you notice consistent low numbers, don't judge. Ask, what's pulling me out of frequency? Awareness leads to correction. Correction leads to calibration. Calibration leads to momentum. Step 10. The reset principle. No matter what happens today, you reset tomorrow. You don't spiral. You don't quit. You return. This is the difference between momentum and meltdown. Every day is a doorway. Every breath is a reset. Use it. You now have your roadmap. Not a rigid formula, but a living system. One that adapts with you. One that evolves as your identity matures. One that ensures this transformation doesn't fade, it compounds. So here's the final integration challenge. Write your roadmap. Review it every morning. Refine it every week. Live it every day. Because the most powerful transformations are not loud. They're consistent. They're embedded. They become who you are. You've reached the threshold. The final chapter awaits. And it's not about theory. It's about action. You've aligned your energy, your identity, and your mission. Now it's time for the leap. The one your old self could never take. But the one your quantum self is ready for. This is it. The moment everything converges. Every insight, every breath, every upgrade, the rewired thoughts, the elevated emotions, the aligned actions, the energetic shifts you've made, moment by moment, chapter by chapter. They all led here, to the edge of something irreversible. You're no longer who you were. You'll never see yourself the same again. Because once you've expanded this far, you can't go back to small. You can't unknow this power. You can't pretend to be unaware of your own frequency. And you certainly can't live like your choices don't collapse timelines. You've crossed a line. But now there's only one thing left to do. Leap. A quantum leap isn't about giant external changes. It's not quitting your job today. It's not running off to a monastery. It's not forcing anything. A quantum leap is internal. It happens the instant you decide, I will no longer act from the identity that created this current version of my life. I am now operating from my future self. Fully, boldly, now. The leap happens in one breath, but it changes everything. You start saying yes to things your old self avoided. You stop tolerating patterns that kept you small. You show up clearer, more alive, more true, not gradually, quantumly. Because change doesn't have to take time. It takes alignment. And the moment you match the energy of your desired future, you've already arrived. Let's pause and feel this. You have everything you need. Right now. The tools, the awareness, the practices, the roadmap. But more importantly, you have your intuition, your coherence, your new calibration, your trust in the unseen. You don't need permission. You don't need proof. You only need one thing: decision. So decide that your old stories no longer dictate your reality, that your frequency now leads the way, that your presence is more powerful than your past, that the leap is already happening because you're already in motion. Now here's the most important truth of all. The leap is not the end of the journey. It's the beginning of the real one. Up until now, you've been training. Learning the physics, tuning the system, clearing resistance. But now it's life on the new frequency. This is where it gets real, and beautiful, and challenging in the best way. Because each day you'll face the pull of old timelines. You'll hear the voices saying, play it safe. Don't stand out. Stay who you've always been. But now, you have the tools to respond differently. You observe, you breathe, you recalibrate, and then you choose again. This time from power, from signal, from alignment. You'll feel resistance, yes, but you'll recognize it as feedback, not failure. You'll see setbacks not as punishment, but as a signal to deepen. And you'll stop asking, is it working? Because you'll know, not from external proof, but internal certainty. You've become the source. The field responds to you. So what now? Now you live it. You become the roadmap, the embodiment, the message. And from that place you inspire, you magnetize, you uplift others by simply being aligned with your truth. You don't need to convince anyone. Your coherence does the talking. Your energy enters the room before your words do. Your presence speaks volumes. That's the real leap, not into doing more, but into being more. Because now you're not asking, what's next? You're living the answer, moment to moment, breath to breath, day by day. Here's your closing challenge. Right now, write a one-line decision. Not a wish, not a goal, a decision. A final line that draws the boundary between your old self and the one you now choose to live from. Something like, I am no longer waiting to be chosen. I choose myself now. I lead with love, truth, and clarity from this moment forward. I live as the quantum self I once only visualized. Write it, say it, feel it, and live it. Because this isn't just the end of a series. It's the beginning of your real life. The one built on alignment, coherence, clarity, and truth. You've spent 40 chapters remembering what you've always known. That you are the creator, the observer, the energy that moves the field. And now it's yours. Not later. Not someday. Now. So take the leap. You're ready. You've always been ready. But now, you remember. And once you remember, there's no going back. Welcome to your quantum life.